Welcome, everyone, to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around, roll dice, and play Dungeons & Dragons. We are back after a week of hiatus in which we were at San Diego Comic-Con.
Lost the voice.
We are recovering, some more than others from Comic-Con, but we had a great time, fantastic turnout. It was great to meet all those wonderful critters that got out there. You guys were awesome. The panels were sufficiently ridiculous, it was a good time had by all. If you weren't there, I know Geek and Sundry put up the panels, the videos for the panels up on their website at geekandsundry.com, so you can check them out there.
Yeah.
Speaking of cool events, we're actually going to be at Gen Con.
Boom!
What?
No, it's crazy go nuts.
Daka Khan.
I have a series of panels all throughout the weekend, many of them voiceover related. We are
Is there special?
Because my manager got to them first. We're gonna have signings, I believe on Friday. Or is it Friday or Saturday? Saturday, we have signings.
In which we have a new poster.
We indeed have a new poster.
A new exclusive.
Yeah, it is. It's
Exclusive for
exclusive to
Gen Con.
Gen Con, just the same way we did our exclusive for New York Comic Con poster last year.
Yes.
Also designed by Joma,
Yep. Joe
aka Forging Meanings on Twitter.
incredible artist.
Love you, Joma.
Joma.
So yeah, it's our next iteration of our box art.
Whoa. Yeah. And it's sexy.
The advanced edition, y'all.
Yeah, I will say that the last poster was based heavily on the Underdark arc and the coming battle with Kavarn. This one has to do with a later arc in the story. I think you'll enjoy it. So there's that coming up. We're excited about that. And then we have our Critical Role live show that Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Stop the madness.
Crazy.
Tickets are still available.
Tickets are still available.
They're online. Post the link right now in the chat, someone.
There's gonna be some insane audience.
We'd love to see you guys, partially because we don't get out to the kind of Middle Eastern side of the U.S. as often as we'd like, and because this is our first time at Gen Con, which has been kind of my gaming mecca for so long. It should be a fun way to roll it in. So come check in the next chapter that'll continue after tonight's episode at Gen Con, and hope to see you there.
Yeah.
We have our sponsor tonight for the Critical Role, returning favorite in Backblaze. Backblaze, who
Backblaze!
hopped in to say hello. Sam, if you want to say a few words.
Backblaze is back, everybody. I've already composed a song about it. It goes like this. Everybody.
Thank God it was what I was hoping for.
Back up your data.
No.
Upload your local files to an encrypted cloud-based backup storage system. Backblaze back. All right. That's it.
Wow.
That was good.
D10. Everybody?
That was the thing that happened.
Listen, when you're in character, it's good. Outside of character.
Backblaze is unlimited cloud backup for Macs PCs for just $5 a month. You can back up your fan art there, your fan fiction, the dirty stuff, photos, videos, drawings, documents. It's everything. I actually use this service. My stuff is continually uploading to the cloud, and I always know it's there for when my hard drive crashes. They'll send you a new one in the mail.
They mail you one?
They can mail you one. It's all kinds of crazy options.
All that crazy.
God, think of the gigs of erotica that could just exist out there.
And critters get a fully featured 15-day free trial at backblaze.com/Critical Role. So go check it out. Keep that song in the back of your mind when you do.
Yeah.
And they also made a little commercial for us.
They did. It'll be at the
Oh
break.
yeah, I just love them so much.
adorable.
I know, it's so great.
Well, cool. Thank you very much, Sam.
Do you want to hear the song again?
No,
Please? I'll give you some of my beef and broccoli.
it smells really good.
Next, and for anyone who wants any of the information about our Gen Con panels, events, and signings and such, you can go to geekandsundry.com/CRLiveGenCon16.
That's long. It should be in the chat room.
Should be in the chat room. Check it out. Definitely info there. There will be some coffee. And tonight is the last night for you guys to order.
Yes!
To pre-order the design T-shirts.
Print a
the,
t-shirt!
Conclave shirt that you guys voted for that won our design contest. So
Twice. It won that twice.
It did,
yeah.
It's beautiful.
So if you're interested in grabbing that, tonight's the last night.
Russia hacked us.
Ow. Soon. Do we have anything else we wish to announce? Anything else creeping up? Because if not, I think
Travis and I are seeing Hamilton this
crosstalk.
weekend. What?
announcement and more like a
That is an announcement. We're seeing Hamilton on Saturday.
Is there any other shitty bragging anyone else would like to do?
Javier Munoz and I are going to be best friends.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go to dinner with George Washington.
It's gonna be the best.
I'm going to shave his head. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
You have this all planned out.
Yeah, we really.
I do. I haven't approved it with anybody, but it's going to
He's written some fan
happen.
fiction about it. You just
Which
wait.
you can save on your Backblaze.
It's there.
Indeed.
Don't judge me.
All right then. That being the case, let us dive in to the insanity of the Feywild in tonight's episode of Critical Roles.
Oh man.
Welcome back, everybody. So, getting us into the story for this evening, the backstory of the current episode, Vox Machina, in attempting to find ways to topple and destroy the Chroma Conclave, have found their way around the world seeking items called the Vestiges of Divergence, artifacts of great power that should aid them in their attempt to take down Thordak, the Cinder King, the red dragon that now sits lording over the central town of Iman, in the kingdom of Taldore. Their recent journey has brought them into the Feywild, a pseudo-parallel plane of Fey magic, chaos, and all sorts of goodness in between. They've wandered through, met an old friend in Nala, the nymph of the lake, discovered a fantastically, artistically talented satyr by the name of Garmili, and had a trip to the city of Singorn, the elven city from Taldore, which had phased into this realm for safety when the dragons of the Conclave attacked. After a faithful re-meeting with the parents of Vex and Vax, discussions were had, hats were attempted to be stolen by the leader of the city and successfully done so. The other half of agreements were pseudo-achieved.
Read your contract.
And they made their way northward through the ever-shifting grasses to the outskirts of the Moonbrush, a heavy forested wood that will lead them to their destination after that, which is the Gilded Run, a series of rivers that wrap around their final destination, the Shademark Bog, where apparently this vestige exists. So, diving in where we were the last time, you guys had managed to wander a few hours into the southern portion of the forest of the Moonbrush. Coming through, you realize that as opposed to the rest of the Feywild you've encountered so far, which exists at a perpetual dusk, there is an actual starry sky and moonlight poking through of a full moon at portions of the canopy of this forest. Cruising ever forward, you stumbled upon what looked like some sort of a cave or a cavern with a series of small stone and wooden trinkets and gifts that were left outside, as well as like carved bones and rotting fruits. And you came to realize that these were probably left for the spiritual entity that lived and existed within this cavern. Upon some of these gifts being disturbed, the bear attacked, and Vexalia summoned forth Trinket, her faithful companion bear. A battle took place, putting Trinket in a difficult position, but upon a brief discussion with this spirit bear, had proven himself a worthy entity and was bestowed a boon, further solidifying the bond between Vexalia and her faithful companion Trinket. And that was where we left off.
Didn't you just get like some card or something right at the end of the...
Yeah, I did.
Did we know what it was?
Yeah, I did.
It was a free $50 coupon for that.
What I'm really excited about is that card was at the live show,
And it's gone.
and it is not in my stuff right now. But
She
I
reaches for
bet.
the necklace around her neck, which is suddenly not there.
No! I do, however, still have my title. That's
Yay,
still
now.
there.
Oh,
good.
still written out.
It's important.
You guys are still by yourselves, right? You
Yeah.
Yeah, are Vex and I still separated?
You guys are still. Oh no, the trees have laxed. The canopies reopened above the small clearing, and the rest of the party. You can now see Vex kind of on her back in the ground, Trinket standing over her towards. There you go. Towards the cavern, and Keyleth kind of pulled back, looking
And
a bit shocked and
is-
confused.
Orelon still there? Was that his name?
The bear spirit. The bear spirit, upon passing through Vex and Trinket, then dissipated into a spark of naturalized druidic magic and vanished.
So we're alone.
You are now alone in the center of that clearing.
Oh my gods, what just happened?
Everything's under control. We're alive.
I heard growling. Did the bear try to kill you? I mean, Trinket?
Yeah, Trinket tried to kill me, but don't worry. Everything's fine.
Really glad you learned how to speak with animals.
Me too.
That was awesome.
Kenneth, can you open up the trees so our friends can get in?
Who? Or what? Who?
Aren't we blocked off? They're
just-
not.
No, we're
The
fine
trees have
now.
laxed
How
and
do you think you're
reopened.
talking to
I was
Scarab?
busy looking for my card, and I found it.
Good on you.
Hi guys, my name is Vexalia. Cool. Yes, we're good. Can I search for that tea set that I tried to give
Tea set?
Okay.
What just happened?
Go make an
Oh, tea
investigation
set.
check.
I just cool. Aw, balls.
That's what you get
Off
for
to a good
looking
start.
for stupid
I'd like to
stuff.
take a look in the cave as well a little bit, just sort of around the entrance of it.
Okay.
10.
Okay. Yeah. It takes you a little bit, about 10 minutes or so. Parts of it kind of scattered and lost amongst the rest of the objects left around, but you managed to reassemble your collection of tea accessories.
Yeah, cool.
There's
it was
no-
a golden cursed tea set.
Nobody else is concerned about the commotion that happened behind the trees, and we're all just like, hi. What happened?
There was a big fucking bear. You might not want to actually look in that cave because it came out of there and it was rather angry when it did.
What
It's
is?
like a
what
guardian
came out?
spirit.
A guardian spirit,
Just
of course.
observing
Like
the
a big
entrance to see
ghost.
if there's anything written,
Kind of.
Kind of.
any type of
Guy in a
language
sheet?
on any of the.
Well,
Make an investigation check.
Oh well, all
How
right.
big?
As a druid, would I know about like guardian animal spirits?
yeah, would we have heard anything about this in our studies?
This type of a thing, this
In
type of
your
druidic magic?
studies, no. You go ahead and make a history check.
21.
It's not my strongest suit, man.
Well, we'll go with nature.
Oh, that's better. Okay, 23.
What'd you
21.
21. There are no markings that currently are visible around the entrance or exit of the cavern itself. It is carved, however, meaning that this cavern, whether it be natural or not, this entrance has been touched by humanoid hands and has been refined. You, Keyleth, do know that occasionally on the material plane, there are entities, spiritual energies that gather based on worshiping specific fey spirits, and these creatures over time, these spiritual energies begin to take the form that their worshippers give them. It takes a long time for this transition to happen, and essentially these guardian spirits, usually guarding some sort of a powerful fane or a magical core or center,
Oh, that's kind of cool.
they become protector spirits of that region.
So because people just kind of manifested the god as a bear, it kind of slowly turned into a bear.
And they're not gods per se, but they're powerful entities that guard that element.
Spirit guardians.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's in the cave?
What's in the cave, Keyleth?
Nothing now.
Is
I
it
don't
Percy
think.
in the
There
cave?
was a spirit bear in there.
A spirit bear.
It was a bear.
There's a big fucking bear, yeah.
He was
A
made out of
really
like
big bear.
stars and space stuff.
Are
Yeah.
you sure you haven't been eating mushrooms or something?
Trinket popped out and he saved us. He
I had
talked to
some
him.
great mushrooms for lunch.
I don't
Trinket fucking saved us, Scanlan.
pick, so it didn't happen.
Exactly what I was thinking.
I go over to Trinket and I surreptitiously start feeding him
Do you not give him-
biscuits. You don't know. Biscuits that I took from my father's house. Good boy. That's a good boy. Good job.
They're gone in a matter of moments. Licks inside of your face, leaving like some saliva and crumbs kind
Ew.
of stuck within your.
I will always give you that shit. Don't forget.
Percy, did you find
Nose
anything in the
nudges.
cave?
Nothing of consequence.
How far in did you
Inside?
go?
No. That looks dark, and there was a giant, some sort of cosmic bear in there that seems like a.
Would I know if after the spirit guardian has passed, would he like kind of just go back in his cave, or is he like,
You don't know that much about the entity. You've never really encountered one before. You've only heard about them.
okay?
What about Garmidi? Would he know?
You're welcome to ask him if
Hey,
you want to.
Garmidi, what do you know about this fucking bear?
In the very, very back, just kind of watching you guys.
Well, I know what you know. It's, apparently here, and people leave him little presents, and, seemed pretty scary from the way you describe him, so...
Did you know he was going to be here at this cave?
No, I would have avoided this!
Somebody inside check that little bastard.
Yeah, I'll inside check that little bastard.
Go ahead and roll insight.
I would do it, but
18.
18. Seems like he's telling the truth.
He's
You know,
telling-
he's hard to read in general because he's just a strange individual. But yeah.
I feel like he would have told us to avoid it.
I mean, bears are fairly territorial. I don't know. It might be wise to stay out of the cave.
I think in general, it's probably best to respect anything's home on
Yeah.
this plane of existence.
boring. Scanlan, you want to go in?
If you do,
We're not here to go spelunking. Why are we going to go in this cave?
Oh my god, we're in the Feywild. We're about to put a bow out of a tree, and you don't want to see what's in the creepy cave?
Maybe we should
I'd
save our
honestly-
strength for the fucking bow in the tree.
Plus, do you know there's a theater here?
We could go.
We're not going to the theater.
Well, no,
Well,
show
but-
always
Never get
welcome.
tired.
I understand, but just so we don't accidentally go there,
Which
where is
way
it
is
in
it?
relation to this tree? Is it in
I
the way?
couldn't tell you. Certain things move,
Move.
shift, change location.
it's a touring
I
production.
mean, I don't trust anyone who doesn't like the theater. What exactly is your issue with it?
Don't worry about it. Anyway,
Might be dim.
shall we? And he begins marching back.
Haven't seen it.
I really don't think we should mess with this thing.
Look, Grog, I touched a flower and the whole realm almost collapsed. Okay. I don't know.
I know, I'm looking
don't
at
know.
the scandalous one over there that's always trying to get little goodies for himself.
I'm not feeling this one. I don't know. What can I tell you? I know when I
Fine.
like to gamble, and I'm not feeling a gamble on this
That's
one.
alright, you just went like, boop, and I'm just saying,
It's just not pretty enough. It's really not pretty enough. We've already won something here.
alright, fine.
There'll be
happy.
better things
I'm
coming up.
100% behind any decision you make, by the way. If you say go, we go. If you say stay,
What if we
stay.
just like run, touch the back of the cave and run back? We don't even have to like pick up anything. Just to say we did it.
I'm fine
Last
with
time
that.
I touched something, I didn't hear the end of it, and now we're just gonna let this happen?
Well, yes, because we don't care if they die.
What, like all
Alright,
the
I'll
bad
take
shit
that.
already came out of it? What do you say?
There's, by that logic, mathematically, there's no more bad shit.
Is,
in there.
wanna hop on my back
is
and
there
we'll do it real
anybody
fast,
here
in and
of
out?
reasonable intelligence who wants to stop this from happening? Just checking.
I don't think that
No,
we should do it.
I
And
don't
it
think we
does
should
seem like a bit of a double standard that everybody threw poo at Keyleth for.
No, don't
plucking a
stop.
flower.
Please don't do it. Please, whatever you do, don't do it. My God,
No,
please.
he's got like the
Would've been
raised
passionate.
eyebrows. I'm not sure.
Impassioned plea.
That is, I have
During
given
the
my
conversation, make your choices.
You all do you, man. You do
Wanna
you,
flip a
guys.
coin?
No, I think
Let's
Just
flip a
don't do
coin.
it. Just don't
If you're going to
fucking
do it, have a
roll,
light
roll a
source.
die.
Do I have a double-headed coin?
What, tenor higher we got?
Yeah, you would
Tenor
have
higher we
gold
go.
pieces. You would especially have gold pieces on you.
Natural 20.
We're so going.
I put Scanlan on my back and we run straight into the cave.
I hand a torch. I've
No.
been trying.
No, I don't want your
No.
torch. I got dog vision.
Never mind.
Don't.
They go darting into the cave, vanishing into the shadows and out of sight. So the two of you continue for about 30, 40, 50, 60 feet. Thankfully, both of you have dark vision, so you can see pretty well in this area. You can see what are a number of alcoves that are carved into the side of the rock here that contain what look to be extinguished candles. Sometimes clusters of them that are left in here in some sort of a ceremonial way, but have just burned out or not been lit for a long time. It just goes straight back. There's no curvature or natural change in the path of this cavern. You get about 100 feet into the foot of this kind of spire-like mountain that protrudes, one of many that protrude from the center of the Moonbrush. And the chamber widens and comes to an end, a circular pocket at the end, about maybe 40 feet across on each side. The floor of this room is entirely covered in unlit candles. Except for in the center, there is a raised stone platform that contains what looks to be a singular skull made of some sort of a bluish or aquamarine crystal.
That's not what I was expecting.
Jackpot.
Jackpot.
We are the greatest ones in the group. Are the candles like standing up or are they laying over?
They're standing up.
Well, I mean, like,
Don't.
We're not gonna take. We can't take the skull.
hold
It's a
on,
large
hold
skull.
on.
It's like this big, and it's like elongated snout.
Animal. Oh, it's an animal skull.
It's a beast-like skull.
Is it a bear skull?
We have not said anything to
they
the rest
don't
of the
know.
group.
Oh, I thought they were
Can
saying
I-
this out
Can I
loud.
discern what kind of animal skull it is?
Our audience
Go ahead and make a nature check.
Can I do it as
Nature
well?
check.
We had a.
Sure. Yeah, you would.
Oh, wait.
You would. As a
Disadvantage.
traveling herd member, you would know cleaning creatures and such.
Oh, 8.
You have no idea what creature this is.
Over
It does
the earring.
look bestial in nature.
Are you dead yet?
Still alive. Everything's
alive.
okay. It's all gold and silver.
Yeah, there's nothing that moves
What?
in here.
Godspeed
Gold
to
and
you.
silver.
Keyleth talks to the rest who stayed out. Okay, Percy, do you have like one of the, like a time, like an hourglass thing? Or something?
No,
Or
but
you know?
I can keep very, very good count though.
We should play that gambling game.
All right.
Okay,
So do
I
you,
bet. How much gold do I have?
How much gold do you have?
3 gold.
That's it?
We keep
Look,
taking
I
it
don't-
from her.
Yes, it's true. That we have to run in after and save them.
Well, we don't have to,
I want
really.
to take that bet.
We're doing over under.
You're going to take that bet?
No, I don't want to take that bet because I agree with you.
I'll take that bet. I'll take a 3 gold bet.
Okay, that they come out safe and sound.
200 seconds.
200 seconds.
Starting now.
All right, all right.
Meanwhile, inside the cave, the two of you now stand at the edge of this room filled with small wax structures and wicks that are currently cold in the darkness, and the central platform holding the crystalline skull in the center.
In that circular area, is there anything on the back wall, but just more like candles?
Not, you can't make any details. It looks like somewhat, rough cavern walls, but they're not like very, very well, smoothly carved or
And
anything.
the skull is like big, like the size of my chest.
It's probably a little bit smaller than that.
Okay. And
Made of gems or stone or or bone?
It looks like it's made almost like it was carved and hollowed from a singular giant solid piece of like opal or aquamarine. Like it's a gemmed skull in the sense that it's made from gem material.
Does it look like it could have been a bear skull?
You don't know,
I don't
Mr. Nature Roll of 12.
Oh God.
Well,
Listen, Grog. I don't think it's very valuable.
no, but I mean, look at it.
It's pretty amazing.
We're in this secret chamber.
This is cool. But what would we do with it? We
don't
can't
know.
trade it.
I bet they worshipped it.
I bet something still worships it. And that thing could come back and be mad if we take it.
Are there a crap load of like footprints in the ground around us?
Make a perception check.
13.
It's hard to tell. You've arrived and both kind of like paced in your space there, so there's plenty of footprints that you guys have left. It's hard to see if there are
Sound of
any
that die.
more recent ones or from other creatures.
You want to take like a candle as a souvenir?
No, I wouldn't mind getting a closer look at that skull.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Well, let's do that then.
100 seconds have gone by.
I don't think
How
it's
do you
been
know?
100
we
seconds
can't
yet.
walk over there without disturbing candles.
We're in the
right?
Feywild.
Probably not. It's unless you're like ballet style, on point.
I can instigate.
I can throw you. Taking it back to the old school. That's a little careless. I mean, look.
I can grab it. I do have a big hand.
That's like getting your hand on it right away. It's
That's
pushing
not
the
a good
button.
idea. What do we do? Do we just leave and come up with a good story?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Here, how about this? Let me cut your face.
Okay.
When we run out, you'll be bleeding and crying, and it'll be horrible. We'll just make something up.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, sure.
We take off. Wait. You gotta cut me.
Oh, maybe I'll get. Yeah. So I take
Wait,
out
where are you gonna cut me?
right above the eyebrow, so there's lots of blood.
Yeah, right in the middle
Yeah.
of like the Bruce Willis cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sir Bruce Willis of Iman. Dangerous life he led in history.
But not too deep, right? I want to be able to still like make the ladies swoon.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I'll take out my, not myth carver.
What?
I don't know.
Cut me with a vestige?
I don't
Gonna roll
I
a
don't
20
know
and
what it would
decapitate
do.
Come on, give it to me.
We'll take out my other long sword. My aberration bane long sword.
Are you an aberration?
I'll just
Depends on who you ask.
slice him right over one of the eyebrows.
You take 1 point of damage.
Okay, one.
And the Goliath blood doth flow aplenty.
Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
sell this shit. I put him on my back. Wait, I got right on. It's horrible.
There were bears everywhere!
Yes,
Bears, little bears,
We
big
burst out into the
bears!
sunlight and we intentionally like trip and eat shit. Scaring us flying. Boom.
There was a bear right on Grog!
Oh my god.
Oh,
It was so vicious.
It was horrible!
It was all we could
You
do to
didn't find
leave.
them at all?
No, there were bodies everywhere. Children, women. They were like stapled to the ceiling. And they were just horrible.
Bear only
Grog.
have one claw.
Make a deception check.
Yeah.
This guy wants to go to the theater.
15.
I'll have the rest of you go ahead and roll an insight check.
You're the lucky one.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh man, that sounds scary.
23.
Glad you got out alive.
27.
You should have seen him.
9.
I was in the mouth of a bear, and Grog cut the thing from asshole to lips to get me out of there. It was crazy.
Disgusting.
Wow.
So there was really like nothing.
I think that
nothing
means
in the-
you owe me 3 gold, Percy.
Bloody hell.
Did you bet to see whether we would live or die?
Not at all.
No, not at all.
Do you not see all of this?
What did you really find in there?
Some candles.
Yeah.
Like a
Okay.
big skull.
A big skull.
Big skull, gem skull, some sort of
3
not
gold.
gems.
I'm up 3 gold.
Gem-like skull, not diamonds, not rubies, opal, something.
We reached out to
really
touch it and
wonderful
it cut my face.
Oh wow.
Really?
That sounds terrible. I wish Pike was here. She would really enjoy this story.
It was a worthless endeavor. We're sorry we went.
Looking though.
Hey, how about that chroma conclave? Hey?
Wait, so were the candles and skulls were there or they weren't there? I'm
Skull.
Yeah,
that was.
candles in a
Seems
skull.
like a place of worship or devotion, and we didn't want to mess with it.
Well,
so
a lot of
Yes,
these
I'm proud of
spirit
you.
guardians tend to have worshippers, and a lot of times they'll bring them gifts, so that makes sense.
I think
Yeah, I probably should have told you guys that before you went in. Sorry.
could have helped. You know,
Yeah,
there's only one
that's
show
probably
in
what it
the day.
was.
We don't want to miss it.
No, it's fine.
I like how all of us sound like we've lost our voice.
Yeah, it sounds like we've all been through hell. Yeah.
Comic-Con.
Okay.
Wait,
Yes.
since I touched the skull and I cut myself, could you do me a little?
Do you want me to like lick it?
No,
What?
like don't you have like a
Like
thing?
healing?
Yeah.
Like you want me to use a whole spell on this teensy ass wolf?
For 1
cut?
hit point.
I mean, if you just care about me.
Here, I get out
Cast Cure
some.
wounds on his little teeny weeny cut.
Oh, I feel so much better.
Vex, what do you think? Is a semi-precious gemstone skull worth going in and getting?
The size of my
I think
chest.
we should remember this place is well. It's probably going to disappear after we walk away. These things tend to move, don't they?
We should
theory.
go towards our
I think we need to
destination.
focus on the bow. And it's really hard to say that, but I really.
No, it's very. The whole theory of a path is you're supposed to somewhat stay on it, I imagine. So.
Stay on it.
No,
Yes.
no more stops unless it is for the theater. We're not stopping again.
What time is it?
Or
what?
what you can tell,
starlight.
it looks like it's
Nighttime.
in the evening with the moon up.
And we've been awake for.
Full journey here since you rested.
I'm dying.
Make an intelligence check.
Natural 20 accept, disadvantage, I'm exhausted. 16 plus 2.
Okay. After resting just outside of the Moonbrush, it's probably been 3 hours since you woke.
Oh.
We're good.
Oh, we
hours,
rested?
we're
I
fine.
thought we.
Let's keep
oh.
rolling.
We can push on. Did you guys push on when you got there?
I was wondering the same thing.
I think
been 2
I
weeks.
thought we camped
Yeah, that's-
on the outskirts.
Whatever we decide right now is exactly what happened.
Right,
Right,
There's
so
no
we
reason
camped
to-
and we
to-
got up, right?
Yes. What? Yes, of
Yeah,
course.
I agree. We
I feel like there would have been camping before going straight into the Moonbrush, and I feel
think
like you
you're
may have been
probably
pressed for
right.
time at
Well,
the event
yeah,
last
yeah,
time.
yeah.
Call
All I
it.
know
You're
is
God.
Sure.
my mansion spell has been ticked off. So I've used it at least once in the last 47 hours.
Yeah, I feel like we slept,
Yeah.
we camped out right before we went
We
into
did
the
camp.
moon
No,
rush.
we did. We camped up right before that.
Right.
I
So,
remember that.
so it's been a few hours since you came to consciousness.
Okay.
It wouldn't have made a huge difference per se.
per se.
You were still reading the book. You're close now at this point,
Hey, I'm close.
like a handful of hours away from
So
completing.
I can
the
take
read.
off this -7 hit points that I don't even remember how I got. Probably.
Actually, that you would have gotten from the large bear. So no.
That's right.
You're right.
Shady.
But nice try.
So shady.
All right, so as you guys gather here, Garmelie goes, all right, so Duskward is
Yeah.
that way. Who's leading?
You are.
Oh, I'm not leading. I'm guiding you. I don't. But
You guide. in the front.
I'm guiding you, Duskward. But I
No,
don't-
we're running the ship.
I've never been inside the Moonbrush. I've been.
You've never been inside.
I know of things around it.
Well,
How are you
then,
planning to guide us through it if you don't even know?
It was
Yes,
just going to
what-
get us
what-
to the outskirts.
yeah,
That was
you
always
were-
the plan.
I'm getting you to your destination by helping guide you there. I just feel
but if you
like
can't guide us through the Moonbrush,
I am
then-
guiding you through the Moonbrush, but I
you've
think
never been
somebody
here.
should take the lead.
But you said you've never been here.
He wants something big in the front.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what his use will be from here on out.
How about you and I? We can be in the front.
She's Duchess of the Grape Hunt, so she's very good to lead.
Great, wondrous. That'll work fine.
Why don't we just send him
Duchess of the
home?
Grape Hunt. What a wonderful time.
Hang on, wait.
I'm quite impressed.
Hang on a second, Garmelie. Huddle real quick. Why don't we just send him home? He could die.
Oh, who cares?
I'm all right with that.
Give a shit about that.
Send him.
Well,
No, no, no.
Well, he's not going to be any use from here on out. He's never been here.
the only
He
thing I
knows
worry
things about the Feywild that we don't know.
The only thing I worry about is we made a deal with him.
He's under contract, which means that that there are places and things that he might be able to help us with.
He shook our hand.
Yeah, it couldn't hurt.
It's worth having.
Also, if it turns out he's not who he says he is,
Which I'm starting to get a very strong feeling.
then
Oh, I
at
do
least
as well.
then we'll find out.
I'd rather
who
have
really
him
is
around
later.
It's a bit
other
of a
than
sneak
gone.
too. The
talking
only
about
reason
things.
we have him is because you spotted him, because you're awesome.
And he wanted a hat. How bad could he honestly be?
Right? It looks very good on him.
I feel like hats are almost a traditional sign of something a little iffy. No, present company
Yeah,
included,
go with
of course.
him. Make him brave.
Yes.
We just got, we got betrayed by Clarota
Oh,
at the 11th hour. So, right?
So we're,
So much
we're prepared for the 11th
Cooler
hour.
now.
All right, let's just put Vex and
Onward
Vex and
then?
Vax.
Yes, yes.
Hold my hand, dear.
All right. He takes your hand. Go ahead and roll a survival check.
Oh, shit.
He eats your hand.
17.
17, okay. So, holding your hand, you guys quietly begin to make your way through the Moonbrush. You being... in
Eyes
your-
out
in-
for any things.
Yeah, you're in your natural element also as a forest, so I
Oh,
think
I
you...
get to
Grog, can I ride
21.
on you?
Okay.
Girl, you can always ride.
Okay, I just need to be reading.
I got weird.
Be reading.
So, much like a kid in the backseat of a car
Yeah.
on a cell phone. Alan is just reading through the book on the back of Grog.
Station wagon.
Yeah, you know.
Facing
You
backwards.
can always ride on Trinket too, Scanlan.
Oh no. Grog weirdly smells better than Trinket to me.
About another 2 hours of travel duskward, and he's kind of keeping the finger pointed in a direction, which is difficult for you because the moon placement in the sky has not changed. The correlation as to what you normally use on the prime material plane to gauge direction has no use here whatsoever. So the best that you can do is try to keep yourself facing forward and using his occasional guidance to steer back on
Try
track.
to learn from him like what I'm, how he's gauging his surroundings and stuff.
Make an insight check.
21.
21. He seems to, every single time you check for the direction, lick his finger and then point. Awesome. There's nothing more to it than that. He'll take a moment to think and look around, lick his finger, point in a direction.
Can I do like a nature check to see if I feel a breeze at all, or is he just bullshitting?
Are they
Sure.
way ahead of us, or are they just up ahead?
16.
There is no breeze. There is no sound in the forest here. There's no like sound of leaves clattering. He's just doing that.
Because it makes him seem smart.
What does
Right.
the licking do?
Licking is how I initiate the specialization of my arcane understanding of the flow and ebb of the fate. No, this is a technique, and it's leading us to your destination.
All right.
Have a little faith. You hired me for a reason.
So much faith in you.
Pulls
Is
his
he
hat
taking
back
us
down.
to the theater right now?
Definitely the theater.
All right.
Not the theater. Pressing over, make another survival check.
But natural 20.
Ooh.
Oh, and I don't even need to roll them.
All right.
As we go, I just want to like druid craft like little green pebbles. No, let's do a brighter, like a red pebbles to kind of start leaving behind Hansel and Gretel style.
Sure. Okay.
Kind of do it like just every
Something right to us, huh?
No.
little pebbles,
We can get out. It's
Yeah, no.
tiny pebbles that I can recognize.
Okay. So you're just creating small
Every-
little stones that kind of trail behind
Yeah,
you. as
every
you go.
like few, every 100 feet or so.
Good. As you guys progress forward, you start finding patches where the ground itself gets a little mushier, like either there's a nearby river or just the ground itself has retained liquid more than other areas of the forest. And you begin to see just the faint appearance of familiar green sprouts that come through. These are mandrakes, and you manage to catch them before the rest of the party gets there, and you and Garmelie, especially with your sight and kind of knowledge of this area, you manage to guide the party around that whole field of waiting mandrake.
What do they do? Do they just scream a lot?
You don't know.
No.
We may find out yet. So progressing forward to the next section, you need to make another survival check.
Oh no! Nervous. 12. Oh, double.
Again?
That's better. 25.
25?
Yes.
Shit, girl. All right. Eventually, you come to what appears to be a river that's cutting through this portion of the Moonbrush. Just on the other side of that river, you hear a faint sound of music.
The theater. Is that the theater? What is that?
He's... What is what? I don't...
The music. Do you hear it?
know.
Hold on, are you saying you don't hear anything right now?
Actually, right now, nobody hears it except for you.
Oh. What does it sound like?
It sounds like a soft violin, with what looks to be a hint of flute and like a drum beat. It's very, very simple. It's very, very basic.
Does it sound pleasant?
It does sound pleasant. It sounds folksy and whimsical. It's very, very faint.
There must be people further in.
Not
Playing
necessarily.
You hear music.
Yes.
Could be dangerous.
Can I listen?
The rest of you, as you gather up, you begin to hear the sound, and so does Garmelie. Garmelie's like, we really don't need to go in that direction.
Do you know
Duskward
anything
is
about music
that way.
playing randomly in the woods?
Music can be good, it can be bad. Who knows? Dangerous music is very often a thing in places you don't understand. I would not recommend wandering into places of phantom music.
We should check it out.
I want to hear some music.
What direction is it coming from?
You take a few steps. There is still the river, which is about 15 feet across, and it's a soggy bank that leads into just a lazily running river. So you have to cross that first. But it's like, it looks to be a little ways duskward and to your right.
Have to cross the river.
We don't need to stick a stick into every beehive we come across.
But this is the theater.
Is it a theater?
We
Or
don't
it could be a
actually
happy
know.
camp
It could be anything.
that we should avoid. It could also be a camp.
It could be many things.
It could be
Do I
exciting.
recognize the music?
You don't actually. It is not a
better.
it's not a classic ditty. The structures are familiar. Like you can see where the basis of a lot of kind of bar shanties kind of come from a similar kind of bouncing beat to it, but nothing that catches you is really familiar.
I want to see what it is that's doing it, though.
Right, but we gotta cross this river to
We
get
have to
it.
do it regardless, yes.
Are there
How big is the river?
15 feet across.
How,
we
is
have
it
to
deep?
stream? It's a stream. It's
It
nothing.
says it's lazy, right? It's just like going along. But I call bullshit, because we're in the Feywild.
I can maybe assist.
Very clever about that.
You said we have to get across regardless, Garmelie, right?
Well, yes, if we're heading towards your destination, you have to cross.
We have to get across the river regardless.
Yes.
Can you make us a bridge, Keelan?
I can control water and part the river for a second.
Jump to the jam. But
Oh, that's even better.
That's
For a
very
hot
clever.
second. Yeah, I was trying to stop myself.
yeah, do that.
Come on.
Okay, I cast control
This is
water.
critical role.
Yeah. And make us a little bubble.
Okay.
As we walk.
So you watch as the stream begins to separate and pull.
I don't want to Moses this. I want to do more like give us a little bubble.
Okay,
That we're
so-
kind of stealthily walk under the river with a little bubble.
So as you guys find your way walking down to the bank of the river, your boots sinking into the very, very soft, soggy bottom of the river. You walk across, make your way to the other side. The river splashes as the bubble is no longer required. You traverse it, no issue. It's a river. The music is a little louder on this side of the bank and is off to the right side.
Should we send Vax ahead?
Can we stealth
you and-
ahead?
I don't think
Let's
it's a good
stealth
idea,
ahead.
but if we're gonna check it out, you and I should go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go.
And take
Garmelie? Garmelie? Do you want to come with
Yes.
us? Go invisible? Invisible?
Okay.
Hold on to your hand. Don't worry, dear. Give me stealth.
All right. So he vanishes from sight. Two of you guys make your stealth checks.
Oh, can I cast Pass That a Trace on us?
If you want to.
Do that.
All right.
All right. So, adding +10 to your stealth rolls.
39.
28.
All right. The rest of you are staying behind.
Yeah.
All right.
Ridiculous.
So you two and Garmelie make your way upwards, kind of pushing past bushes and the trees here in the moonbrush, which are getting thicker and thicker the further north you go. You hear the music getting louder and louder, and it's kind of funny. You find yourself kind of tapping the side of your leg to it. It's a nice beat. You begin to hear laughter. Sounds like jovial laughter, like people having a good time. There's a few voices. Now you hear two different voices going back and forth for
Really
laughing.
no problem.
Our mother read us stories about shit like this.
Did she?
Did she?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Fairies, grumpkins, I don't know. It's probably going to end badly. Do you want to have a look?
I just wanted to see, but I mean, if you're worried about it, we don't have to.
Oi, you lot.
What?
I just had a thought.
Congratulations. Why start now?
If there's music, there could be some sort of charm effect.
Okay.
Would you like me to come with and maybe counter that charm effect?
Bard is just now figuring this out.
I just...
Get on up here, you stealthy fuck.
All right, I put down my book and I hop off of Grog. Go up there.
I sit down with
Stealth
Percy.
Add 10 to it because I'm passed without a trace.
I don't think you crashed it on me, did you?
I cast it on everybody that's within 30 feet of me.
Am I there yet?
Thank God.
Before we left.
Is this I'm exhausted.
Yeah, same disadvantage.
Same. What is it?
Stealth.
Plus
10.
Oh, hey, that's 18. That's not bad.
It would have been 8. Jesus.
Alrighty.
I sit down with Percy and I say, 6 gold.
Well on
Then
your
after
way.
200 seconds, they run out screaming again.
All right, can I just kind of be doing counter charm? Can I hum a little tune? Is that how it works? I don't know how it works.
Well, it's time for you to learn how one of your abilities works here, Sam.
Doing it.
Okay.
Alright, so for counter charm, as an action, you start a performance that lasts until the end of your next turn. During that time, you and any
Last
friendly
6
creature.
seconds?
Yeah. Hold on. But you can the performance ends
Go on.
early if you're capacity. You can keep doing it every round if you want to. It doesn't say there's a limit to it.
All right.
Yeah, so-
I'll just keep sort of humming.
Yeah, they have to hear you to be affected by it. So it has to be loud enough for them to hear you.
Sure, I'll hum loudly.
Want to break our stealth?
It's gonna happen.
Shit.
You got one way or the other. You got counter charm or keeping stealth. Because one way,
Oh, fuck. How
about if they-
it.
How about we'll stealth, and if it starts to feel icky, I'll do it.
Okay. I basically just want to see what the fuck is laughing. I want to see what it is.
If I do not see a mama's show from this, there will be hell to pay. Now let's go.
all right. So the three of you and Garmelie, who's invisible at this point in time, you approach what looks to be a clearing ahead of you now. The trees actually disperse a bit. You can see what appears to be a small campfire that's kind of crackling in the center of this clearing, and the music is actually quite loud now. You see figures jaunting around this fire and kind of holding hands and swirling for a second and then separating and then dancing a little ways around it again.
What kind of figures?
You have to get closer.
Oh, jeez.
Fuck this. Fuck it. I'm not doing it.
Wait, I will go closer.
Don't fucking go closer. I get a really bad feeling. All of a sudden, I get a really bad feeling about this.
Okay. All right. So,
39
Stop.
stealth.
Don't turn back.
yes. Yes.
I'm behind a tree. I'm staying.
You're behind a tree.
I'm staying outside
Garmelie's
the
staying
cover.
with you.
Yeah.
Fire.
What are you doing?
Can I sing to him through the earring?
Oh.
The
Oh no, we talked about that before. It doesn't
No,
work.
the effect
Doesn't
has
work.
to be within area. So either you go up with him or you stay behind.
Don't do it. Don't
I'm
do
gonna
it.
stay behind.
Okay. So Vax, you come up to the very edge of the clearing. You vanish. You come up to the very edge of the clearing. You see before you where the laughter's coming from. There is an elf in full Verdant Guard armor of Singorn who is just like skipping and laughing around the fire, dancing alongside what appears to be a bipedal humanoid creature covered in fur with claws, a longer snout. And they're both smiling and holding each other's hands and spinning and twirling each other and dancing around.
This is some crucible shit.
Totally charmed.
Some crucible
This is
shit
the
right
Witcher.
here.
You see the music is actually coming from what appears to be a floating spectral violin, flute, and drum, unmanned by any creature, just slowly drifting around the clearing, around the entities that are dancing. I also need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, there it is.
Is it a
There
charm
it
effect?
is.
Is it a charm effect?
Yeah, is it? Because I have advantage if it's a charm effect.
You do.
And I'll use 1 luck for the day. First luck? No, all right. 17.
17. Okay. Looking forward, you find that tapping on your side of your hip
It's good.
as the beat finds you.
Oh, it's booty Feywild.
And you begin to drift out of the shadows into the center of this clearing, and you look over and see as the guard extends his hand and takes yours, and the beat kicks into you. You smile, creeps across your
I
face,
take my broom out and I start flying up and I grab Scalen's hand and take him on the broom with me.
Where are we going?
We're gonna fucking get Vax out of there.
I start singing.
Let's do it.
okay,
Counter charm. Counter charm.
okay. What's your? The gentle sounds of Careless Whisper, keeping any possible invasion of your mind at bay, hopefully. You just hear Garmelie behind you going, "No, what are you doing?" Echoing through the trees as you guys dart in towards the center of this camp. You're just.
I'm on, man.
You
I'm
are
lit.
totally on. This is an amazing experience. You just you feel the color and the music surging through you, and
yeah.
all of this endless surge of energy inside as you begin to now join into this other dancing trio.
Fucking werewolf guy look good.
Yeah. You guys dart into the center of this, hearing the music, hearing the laughter, watching your brother with a almost Joker-like smile on his face, the sheer joy pulling his expression into one of a very disturbing joy. I need both of you guys to make wisdom saving throws with advantage.
Love that Joker. Oh dear.
I'm gonna take it.
Yes, good.
Advantage versus magic, though.
Yeah, I already had advantage.
Oh, well, there you go.
13.
Oh, shit.
23.
23.
Fucking shit.
All right. You sweep in at this point and find that Scanlan jumps off the broom.
No, don't jump off the broom.
You tumble down, make an athletics check. Sorry, acrobatics.
Save, check, 10.
Check. 10?
Check or save?
Check.
10.
Okay. You just catch yourself. It wasn't a large fall, but you land on your feet, down to the ground with a crunch. Some number of things crunch and break beneath your feet as you stand up. And you look up and see as Vax, this elvish warrior knight, and what appears to be a straight up wolf man, all lead you into the dance, and the four of you now begin to take each other's hands and laugh and skip around the circle.
I'm gonna try to Pokeball Vax into my necklace.
Okay.
And okay, I'm gonna try to do that.
I'm hearing this
Trick is
cacophony,
not in
and
there.
I'm
Trick is
slowly
back with
getting up
everybody
with a
else.
sigh and moving in the direction of the campsite.
Okay.
You might have won this
Wait.
bet this time,
Wait,
Percy.
not yet.
No, it's a slow walk. You got time.
All right, I'm holding on to my 6 gold.
You have to make a wisdom saving throw against me.
Okay. I'm bad.
Why'd you roll twice?
Let's have advantage against charm. Oh, it's
No,
charm.
it's not charm,
Oh,
it's just a wisdom.
Then shit. I could roll 5.
So he goes in the Pokeball.
So, you are pulled into the necklace.
I'm in a necklace.
Really push to refer to it as
I'm
a
sorry,
necklace.
necklace. The Raven necklace.
The bear ball.
Just gonna really push that to be called necklace.
Bear ball.
So, Vax, all of a sudden, you're pulled out of this dance, and your head is clouded for a second as you find yourself in a singular, darkened stone room. 4 walls, a single stone throne in the center of it, facing out towards what looks like a glass window the size of the other walls that shows an image of the perspective of the necklace.
Well, that's cool.
First conscious person to go in here.
Ooh, cool.
Second, technically.
It's Grog.
Grog was in there.
Unconscious.
No, he wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
He was very close to death.
Can I grab Scanlan?
You can.
I'm doing the Russian bottle dance from Fiddler on the Roof right now.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I want to just like fly down and try to get him around the waist and pull him up. in
Okay.
there.
You go ahead and make an athletics check. I need you to make an acrobatics check.
Check.
Yes, so roll and add your acrobatics with disadvantage. Yep.
11.
Athletics?
Yes.
Oh, that's just strength, isn't it?
Yep.
Athletics there.
Oh, sorry. 17.
17. You manage to grab Scanlan and pull him up onto the broom with you. The 2 other dancers immediately reach up and grab him and try and pull him back down into it.
Totally on the E.
At this point, you look into their faces and you can see, while they have smiles on them, their eyes are fearful and desperate. Their bodies are emaciated and exhausted. They both look like their physical bodies are on the edge of collapse from non-stop dancing for God knows how long.
Oh, jeez.
At this point, you also glance down at the ground around you, and you can see what appear to be numerous piles of broken bones, and discarded armor, all order of other creatures that have befallen this spot amongst the forest and never left. So they're pulling against you. I need you. We're making opposed strength checks. So you go ahead and roll.
Man, Come on, Vex.
Fuck. But I'm so weak, you
I know
guys.
you are, but
So
you
are
got
they
this.
right now, though. They're heavily emaciated.
Just a regular strength check.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a saving throw.
Nope.
11.
11.
Not bad.
No, but you feel as Scanlan, who is shoving off of you instinctually, and both these bodies grabbing his legs and pulling him down off the broom, he is pulled from your grasp, hits the ground, and the three of them continue their dance completely nonchalant, not even paying attention to your presence at this point.
Okay, I fly away. Minor problem. It was really a very bad idea to go towards the music. However, Scanlan's sort of enchanted, and we should probably save him because it looks like a lot of people have also been enchanted and are stuck there forever.
All right,
but
dear.
if you're going to come and try to save him, plug your fucking ears because I have a feeling this music is cursed, and I start shoving shit in my ears.
Can you to druid craft some cotton?
Sure, you
Thank
owe
you.
me 6 gold.
No, we're going to save them. You owe me 6.
But she's running back out.
Oh my god, my
Screaming.
friend.
Come on! 3 and 3. We split the gold 3-3. It was a draw.
It was a draw.
It was a draw.
Vex, could you go fetch a pail of water from the we need
Wait,
some
hang
water.
on. Because theoretically, how about this, you guys?
What a plan.
I believe as an elemental, I'm immune to charm effects.
Well, then fucking
You
get in
should
there
do
and help
something
him.
more than believe that. You should probably know that.
Maybe
before
be an
doing
elemental and shove some shit
Ooh,
in your
if I
elemental
go into
ears.
a rage, I can't be charmed.
That's true.
Oh, well, you kill
But no,
everybody, though.
there's nothing to be done about that.
No, I won't kill it.
It's a campsite, correct? I'm going to try and get a.
You haven't gotten a
I'm
good
just
look
going
at
to
it.
start wandering till at least I have a sense of the size.
Here, I go ahead and druidcraft the cotton.
All right, cool.
All right.
So, you guys all make your way back towards the direction of this little opening, this little gap, this grove.
Oh, you know what? Wait.
Scanlan, you really
Wait,
you've
wait,
contributed
before we-
a lot to the bag.
I'm gonna let him out of the Pokeball before we go back out.
Seems to be some distortion going on.
Okay,
I think it's actually
I will. Just in case.
a little bit of distortion.
That's distortion.
I'm doing
Oh,
that
wow.
thing with the Wolfman
Yeah, there's a
where
lot.
I'm miming a lasso and like pulling him closer to me to dance closer.
Sure, and they're into it.
And there it is.
It is unlike a song you've ever heard, and everything else fades away. Memory of your friends all drift out of your mind. All that matters is this moment, this dance, these people, and the music. And any semblance of the personality of Scanlan that existed before is not there. All you do is you feel the muscles tensing and relaxing from the ever-present dance. So the rest of you slowly begin to approach the outside of this opening.
She just dumped me out.
Stay just.
No, she did not.
It's not my call.
Are you dumping him out or not?
I'm afraid because with the music still playing, what
I'm
if
in
he's
a
still
room.
charmed?
I'm not talking.
I'm not gonna dump him out.
Okay, she keeps him in the necklace.
I don't want to be able
Oh,
just the
big
basic
deal.
features of the area.
Perception check.
Come on.
I'm in the necklace crumpling right now.
That would be 10.
It's hard to tell at this distance. There's a lot of the tree line at the edges of it are kind of blocking the general shape.
Vex, what did it look like?
What did what look like?
The area where they are.
It was a camp with bones all over the ground and floating music things.
Like
and
a camp, like a
dancing.
like a with a tents, with a just
They weren't tents.
No.
No,
it's just dirt.
just bones.
Is there like a fire pit?
Yes. Was there a fire pit? There
There was a
pit.
single
There was a
campfire
single
in the
fire
center.
pit, and
Lit
there was
or
a
unlit?
floating violin and a floating set of drums. Yeah.
Single fire pit, lit, set of drums, violin.
Hey, I'll get an idea.
We have a picture.
How about you race in, grab Scanlan, I'll kill the other two.
No, don't.
No,
kill
no,
them.
no,
They
no, no,
actually
that
look
won't be
really
necessary.
cool. I think they were under a spell as well.
Have you no mercy?
No, we can save one, we can save everybody,
Okay.
possibly.
According.
I haven't seen it. I'm going to try and get a little closer to it gently.
Okay.
What else is in
I'm
there
gonna
besides-
knock
Elementals.
an
Oh,
arrow
elementals.
Are immune
and,
to most
and
mind effects.
point it towards the violin
Roll.
and hold it there.
Okay. Percy, you creep closer,
Just closer.
As you get closer, the music gets louder.
Mm-hmm.
But you have stuff in your ears.
I have packed my ears.
You have. And as you approach, it doesn't seem to have an effect on the volume of the music.
Shit.
So I'm backing up.
All right. Go ahead and make.
Oh, no.
No. I would say go and make an intelligence check.
All right.
Just add your intelligence modifier.
Please roll good. Please.
Natural 20.
Yes!
You manage. You begin to notice the increasing volume, despite the blockage in the ear, pretty early on, and stop your advancement before you get too close.
I sit. I pull out bad news and I start to get a good look.
Oh my God, are you gonna kill me?
Best I can. No, I'm just gonna cripple you. Calm down.
I feel like we should aim for the instruments.
The instruments are non-corporeal, I believe.
Are they?
They're just elevated. You didn't get a good look at them. You just
Well,
grabbed.
One way to find out. I'm gonna take a shot at the violin.
The other guys.
All right, go ahead and roll an attack.
That's a. I haven't done this in so long. 17 to hit.
17 to hit. That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
What did you aim at? What did
Violin.
You... Oh, can I aim at one of the other ones?
Yeah, you want to fire at the same
Yeah,
time?
since he shot, I want to shoot.
Okay, so you both shoot. What are you shooting at? The drums or the?
What else was there?
There was the drums, the flute, and the violin.
Drums.
All right, so go ahead and roll an attack for the drums.
The woods are full of Irishmen.
12 points of damage.
Oh shit, Flogging Molly's playing in the Feywild, yo.
I rolled 16. Okay.
16 hits, so damage?
12.
12, and roll damage. Okay.
15.
15, okay. Scanlan, I need you to go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw.
Saving throw?
Yes.
So not at disadvantage.
Correct.
Natural 20.
You guys with your natural 20s. Okay. Roll it again.
Natural 20.
Fucking witchcraft!
Back to back? Back to back?
That is absurd. They're just storing this shit after a week we've been gone.
I don't think that's happened since we played at
No.
home.
No. It happened when I was saving him against the Briarwoods.
Oh,
Two
that's
natural-
right.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right,
natural
that's
20s
right,
in a row.
that's right. Okay.
No,
All right.
Just
Wow.
like 35 episodes ago or so.
Wow.
Right?
36. All right. You take 24 points of psychic damage, Scanlan.
Oh my
shit.
god.
As both of you guys fire, both of the instruments scatter for a second, and there's an echo of psychic energy that resonates throughout the entirety of that grove. The fire shakes and dissipates, almost going out. Scanlan, you can see reach up and grab the sides of his head and scream out in pain suddenly. The guard and the wolf that were dancing do the same, except they both collapse immediately onto the ground.
They were weak.
A moment passes. The instruments reform. The music continues, and Scanlan goes right back into the dancing.
I throw
you're
my white
fucking
man's
killing
overbite
me.
back on.
Shit. Maybe it is time for Grog to go in. You can
Okay.
No.
Well-
Round two.
Round 2, Grog runs
keep
in and
killing
grabs
me.
Scanlan and we
Do
run
what you
out.
want.
Let's try and-
Before
He can't be charmed.
Before you let me off the chain, there are trees, right?
I want to douse the
Who's
fire.
benefiting from this charm?
The instruments and the campsite.
There's not somebody in a tree or hiding out in
I think the
woods.
campsite just might be a campsite, and I think we need to. I want to try and douse the fire.
If you want to rage and go in, I can be there on standby.
I want to douse the
You're
fire.
gonna let me go?
I feel like we should let Grog go.
I use alter self to shape my fist into a giant rock fist, and I just deck Grog to throw him into a rage.
The jaws like momentarily displaces you. Pop it
Oh,
back
this
into
plan
place.
works
It's
well
just the
too.
muscles.
Grog,
Reload.
go get our bard.
I would like to rage.
Well, you take 1 damage from the punch impact,
Okay.
and you go into a rage. Running forward, you're 50 feet. You can make it into the center of the camp. Currently, the music is all around you, but you don't hear it because all you see is red and Scanlan's fucking horrible white man's overbite dancing by himself in a campsite with no allies.
I don't know if I've killed an elf in quite a while, so I'm gonna aim my axe at the throat of
Oh,
the
shit.
elf that's dancing.
The elf isn't dancing. Both him and the werewolf are just
died.
on the
They didn't
ground,
get back up?
unmoving.
No.
Yeah.
They didn't get back up.
No,
Just
they're
me.
fucking
Just
down.
me and some instruments now. You gotta
Sweet.
come get
I'm just
me.
grabbing Scanlan and running straight through.
All right, I need you guys to make opposed athletics checks.
Okay.
Actually, no, this would be strength. This would be strength. So
Strength or athletics?
For this one, initially, I'd say athletics. It's fine. They're almost equatable.
Saving or check?
Check.
10.
25.
25. You grab Scanlan, and you begin to make your way out of the camp. It was about 40 or so, 50 feet to get in and grab
Is he
him.
starting to make his way out of the camp?
He's grabbed Scanlan and pulled Scanlan off of his feet.
I'm gonna shoot him in the shoulder with my retort gun.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
Keep the rage going.
Yeah.
Nice.
I should have smacked him first.
Woo, just barely 16.
Total of 16?
No, 16 to hit. Yeah, 16 to hit.
16 to hit. What's your armor class, Grog?
20.
20.
Taking another shot.
Shit.
Rolling like shit.
Come on,
That's better. 20.
Oh, good.
What's your armor class?
20.
20. Roll damage.
Oh, thank God. 110. It's been so long. Where am I? All my
Just a
dice?
nick. Just a nick.
Just a nick. Ah, 16 points of damage.
Take 16 points of piercing damage, halved, so you take 8.
Oh, nice.
You feel the music begin to creep into your ears as the blood pumping in your skull begins to subside, and then into your shoulder get blown back, and you look over and you can see the bullet wound and the blood beginning to pour out of the small piercing wound that you've suffered in your shoulder. The red takes over once again.
Axe!
Clutching Scanlan at your side, you go running out of the field. Because this is the secondary round now. You go ahead and make one more athletics check versus his athletics check.
Awesome. 23.
Yeah, Scanlan's pushing away as hard as he can against your body, but you just still have him footballed under your arm and go charging out of the center there. As you pull out of the center of the camp, the flame has reclaimed its general spiraling height. The music keeps playing, and then as you guys rejoin the rest of the party, the music begins to fade as the instruments slowly drift down and lay still.
Oh, good. It stopped. We can go back out.
Really?
Am I okay?
You're all right now. Your brain comes to you again. Your legs are a little sore, and you're already exhausted to begin with.
I instinctually start freaking Grog. Just like dry
Oh,
humping,
good.
dry
Like
hump
a
dancing.
little dog on my calf?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're all right, Scanlan?
Oh, what? Oh, I was dancing. It was amazing. There was lights.
I released
Beautiful. I need
my brother
electrolytes.
Please.
Oh, I'm
out
sorry,
of
Grog.
Of the Raven slumber.
Did we see a play yet?
It was the worst play I've ever seen.
It's more of an intermission.
Garmili, why
One-man
didn't
show.
you warn us that could happen?
Garmili, who's there by the side and comes out of his invisibility and says, "You know, I tried. I really tried.
Really
But you
did.
guys continually insist to go face first in whatever I warn you about because you don't trust me, apparently, when you hired me to be your guide.
We trust you, dude.
Yeah,
Hopefully you've learned a lesson."
We did. We
God.
Gosh.
Wow. That was amazing.
So the fire's out.
Got some good
instruments are gone.
exercise.
Instruments have gone
Yeah,
quiet.
my abs
Should
feel
we
really
loot
good.
the campfire?
We should not go back out there.
Can we
I
can we
yeah,
get
we
those
avoided.
weapons somehow?
We should definitely.
Which weapons?
The musical weapons.
I don't
Do
think
you want the magical enchanted instruments?
I mean, I guess we can't get them, can we?
No.
I think they're like
Best to avoid them.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. It's not actually musical.
We'll flip a
instruments.
coin,
It's-
right?
Yes,
Grog?
actually. Roll a d20.
No.
Disadvantage.
Yeah.
1.
Let's avoid
back
it.
to back. We're good.
So what are you guys doing?
We
Keep on
move
moving.
towards the dusk.
We're moving towards a gilded rut.
All right. As you guys begin moving away,
Did not go well.
Garmili kind of scoots up a little bit and just gets a look in the edge and goes, "Well, you certainly found the happy campsite, so good job."
Oh, you told us about that earlier.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the happy campsite.
Yeah, he said make sure
I
you
didn't
stop
figure that
in.
out yet.
No,
Make
that's
sure
not
we
right.
stop there.
No,
and
I
dance
thought
a
he was
little.
being metaphorical. I don't know. I didn't know it was literal.
This is, I think, quite literally the land of literalism.
Yeah.
We make people sigh a lot.
Yeah, me too.
All right. I need you to go ahead and roll 2 more survival check with an advantage, leading the group forward.
I couldn't be happier.
25.
25. All right. You guys continue pushing Duskward between you and Garmelia, leading the way. The forest gets ever thicker, the trees get even closer together, and you find that some areas have no more than maybe 3-4 feet between the tree trunks themselves, and the rest is just really angry, tangled roots, as well as the kind of high-growing underbrush of the entire forest. Moon still unmoving in the sky.
Are we trampling anything as we're walking?
Yeah, we're not stepping on mandrakes, right?
No. In fact, it's her high rolls that are keeping you guys from stepping into any of the local, dangerous, possibly screaming fauna.
Matt, did my counter charm help at all?
It did.
It gave us advantage when I.
But did you need it?
No, I did. Yeah, because if I wouldn't have had
I did
advantage,
it
I wouldn't
right.
have gotten the 20.
Half elves have advantage on
Oh, well,
It didn't help?
it didn't
No.
help.
Go.
With anybody else, though, it would have helped.
It would have.
Is the ground
Actually, helped you.
I
There you
still
go.
was charmed.
You still were charmed.
footing here precarious? I know she's leading us through, but is it all
It's
tiny and shitty?
it's not great. It would slow your pace if you didn't have her leading you through.
Okay.
And it's still not the fastest pace in the world, but you're able to kind of keep going at a decent rate.
Can I jog up to Garmelie and Vex real fast?
Yeah.
You said that there were, like, lichens at some point, and you said they moved through the trees, right?
Yes, from what I've heard,
Would that be like these trees?
possibly.
Right. Have you seen a lichen?
I haven't.
Right. We should be keeping an eye on the
I was trying to.
All right, make a perception check.
Yep, you got lichen. Lichen everywhere.
36.
Jesus. As you guys are having this conversation, you glance up right into two yellowish black eyes that are piercing from just past the leaf line of the canopy above you. As soon as you look up and see them, they immediately disappear in the darkness, and you hear a low growl and some shifting in the leaves above you.
I think they're here.
Who's here?
At this point, you guys begin to hear surrounding you in the distance these like growling, the sound of shifting and movement in the trees just beyond. You hear in the distance one singular and barks echoing around you in the center of the forest. Shadows begin to dart between the trees, and a quiet moan of wind begins to take what was once silence in this forest. As you guys glance around you in the darkness, many of you having dark vision, even this low moonlight, Percy, you can still make out the shapes that are shifting. You look in your vicinity, what appear to be about 6 different medium to larger sized man-like humanoid creatures that step out of the trees, revealing themselves. Most of which contain some sort of a wolf-like appearance, elongated snout, darker gray and brown furs, large pointy ears, and gleaming angry eyes, the lips curled back, revealing white teeth. You see one large tiger-like man, which sends you just immediately into a recoiling moment, though larger than the Rakshas you've experienced, and not with the signature back hands. They are unclothed, and you see barreling behind you guys, heavy footfalls as you see what looks to be a giant bipedal bear clutching a great axe comes through one of the tree clearings, and they're not attacking and they're not advancing. They've just surrounded you.
That's not good.
Well,
Okay.
they're here.
I give Scanlan a little boot in the butt forward a couple steps.
Hello. We come in peace. We mean you no harm. If we've tread into your territory, we will exit immediately, and we apologize for offending you or your gods.
Some of the wolf-men creatures kind of look at each other. The tiger individual steps further out of the shadows and appears to have two iron-like bracers on a longbow strapped across his back, and steps forward to meet you from beyond the tree that he was partially obscured from.
Intruders. Your terrible fate brings you within our domain. For what purpose?
We seek passage through this marshland to what lies beyond it. We are searching for
The Shademark Bog.
the Shademark Bog. bog, Shade Murk bog.
We hope to rid the land of a cancerous tree that has been a blight for a very long time.
I know not of this tree.
It's a source of great evil that's been corrupting this plane and ours.
There are many evils that corrupt this plain, small, tasty thing.
I'm not tasty.
He's not. Many diseases.
Dozens.
And the tiger looks about at the other werewolves who are like stepping in, and the bear who's put the great axe over its back now at this point begins to step closer in. The tiger is like, eyes are now bent on you, takes another step forward, going,
So, the audio on my iPad needs some help, apparently.
Oh no.
this is time to get new music. Yay.
No,
That's an expenditure I don't need.
A new iPad for no reason?
Oh, it's something else that's
Something else?
Ah.
Yeah, we weren't able to use the next one that we usually use.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Well,
This is so exciting.
isn't it though? Especially that climactic moment, my audio goes down.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Kill it?
We should probably kill it. I feel bad for everybody listening.
I'm gonna kill the music then.
Oh no.
Kill it on the
Okay,
stream?
kill it on
Okay.
the stream. Okay, good.
Bring this back in.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
So tense.
Try.
Maybe just make it come out of your iPad.
Just, yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Something.
Yeah.
Something. Sure, we'll go with that.
Works for us.
That's how we did it at home, man.
This is the best
It's old
simulation of
school.
our whole home game that I've
It's
had.
Let's see if that's enough to give you the feel.
It's fine.
It's good.
You're good.
All right, so the tiger takes that step forward, leans into you, and goes,
To parlay or continue our hunt.
looks at the other wolves.
Call, Ukrat.
And roars out to the air, and the other wolves all together begin to howl in unison, loudly into the sky.
What's Trinket doing?
Trinket's just backed up with you guys, growling and kind of facing off with the bear-like entity that's keeping eyes on Trinket, but it's still kind of up into the air of the forest.
Powerful shit.
Oh, I Betty, wait.
What?
Ugarat, isn't that the big ghost bear?
No, he's the leader of the light.
No, that was Oralan. Ugaran's the Lycan leader.
A few moments pass as the howling subsides, and they all just stare intently, keeping like a bestial cage around you in the center of this forest. It's at that point you begin to hear it sounds like a series of heavy footfalls as speed and the sound of trees thrashed as various hanging vines and branches are snapped or passed at such a speed. There is a mass of black shadow that whoosh comes emerging from the brush, slamming into the side of one of the trees near you with a clattering. You see it kind of pressed up against the side before leaping off, rebounding, landing right beside you guys, separating your group, giving Scanlan, Vex, Trinket, and Garmelie pushed to one side and the rest of you to the other. You now see this giant feral beast, humanoid in shape once it begins to stand, but larger than anything you've seen before, as the large wolf man-like creature stands at full height, about 12, 13 feet tall. Its shoulders wider than yours, Grog. A series of various jeweled necklaces adorn its throat, and you can see what appears to be kind of a makeshift leather belt and armored leg piece that sit upon it. Rings glimmer around its fingers, and you can see a series of scars drawn across one side of its cheek that go down to its throat. It looks about at the rest of you separated, glancing at each side.
So, you seek passage, yes?
Yes, that's right.
There is a toll to pay. A favor to the Fendir is granted, a favor in kind.
a favor to you.
The Fendir? Is that what you said?
Are the Fendir.
Well, we would be happy to help if we can. We are here to do good anyway. We've already done some. We conquered the devastating campsite of Saradoon the Happy, and we're up to doing more tasks like that if it would help.
The wolf creature that you expect at this point is the Lord Ukrat that you had mentioned before by both Garmelie and the wolf and beastkin. Leans down towards you, making you uncomfortable as his head is larger than your entire body, Scanlan. The lips curl back and you can see the glistening white teeth and drool just slowly dripping off the edge of its curled purple-black lips.
We will not eat this day if you agree to do us this favor.
Name it.
The pixie wishers carry a madness, one that pits them against all who wander these woods. They prey upon us Fendir, take our forms to desecrate their twisted garden and decorate their lives. We lose family. We, the Fendir, and I, Lord of this brood, ask you to take into this home, find these wishers, destroy a relic of their people. In particular, a circle of crystal stones they keep. It sits among their homes, tended by their mystic Iotha. She wields the power to subjugate us all. Do you agree to these terms? Or does our hunt continue?
I mean, they sound really powerful, these pixies.
If you are not powerful enough to conquer them, how would we have a chance?
If you do not think you have a chance, perhaps you're best suited as our meal for the night.
No, we have a very good chance of defeating them. We are quite powerful. Just, wondering why you haven't done it before.
We have fallen to their magic. We are not tested and tempered against such trickster, cunning creatures.
They charm people.
But if you speak like you've passed the campsite unscathed, perhaps you have skills we lack.
That is true. We probably do.
We did really well back there.
We made quick work of the camp. It was a proud moment for us. One that will be stored for
inflating ourselves
generations.
so much. This mystic Iotha, you said. You said she has the power to subjugate your kind?
Yes.
Does she have the power to create more lichens?
She sees our kind to be exterminated.
Where can we find this site?
Follow the lights.
The lights?
The lights.
And the small, kind of glittering Fey lights that you've seen throughout many of the darker forested areas of the Feywild since you arrived. Now taking a look, they all slowly, gently drift in a singular direction before touching the ground and dissipating. Even though the wind that blew through with their arrival has faded, they all still drift in a direction as if they're being called a specific way.
Cool. Well, hey, question. Should we help you with this terrible terrible problem you've been facing. Do you think there's any way you would want to help us when we try to take out this cancerous tree? It needs to be taken care of. Teamwork.
Cancerous tree.
It's really bad. Whole other area for you to dominate. It's quite wonderful.
A shade mark bog.
Make a persuasion check.
Big money,
La, la, la. God damn it!
Wow.
Wait, I'm in.
area,
Yeah, it's my favorite terrain.
It doesn't work for every single thing you
Fucking
do. The
shitball,
Force isn't
honestly.
going to help you with your persuasion check. Sarah.
Natural one.
The wolf leans forward and the mouth comes up right up to you for a second. The nose almost nudges you and you instinctually stand back as if...
No, not so much.
This is not part of our parley. We grant you passage, and to take what you wish off the pixie corpses. That is the deal. Take it, or we hunt.
I think we'll take the deal. Happy to enter into this contract with you. No problem.
We're just stacking contracts.
Should we? Is there a timetable to this? Do we have to do this now, or can we do this on the way out of the Feywild?
There is no out till this agreement is completed.
And do we have your word that we have completely safe passage? We don't have to worry about any other sort of monsters getting us in our sleep on the way there?
They and us rule this brush. Against each other, nothing will take your path away. We can guide you if need be.
And if we take out the pixies, what is the future of your tribe?
The brush will be ours. We will no longer be taken. Our people left there to wither and waste away to the elements.
Just like a question. Do you guys like hunt the pixies? Because I'm getting the sense that this is like a weird turf war. And I just want to know, the full story before we enter into this contract.
The bear who's closer to you takes a step forward and you feel the ground kind of shake behind you.
Hi.
Match your step? Okay. Gronk steps forward. The other of the wolves nearby see you do, and they'll crouch down and begin to snarl in your
Big
direction.
fan of bears. Big fan.
Lord Ukra puts his hands out.
Calm, my brethren. We wish to live in peace amongst the woods, away from those who would hunt us, outside and in.
Why don't you guys just agree to you guys take this half of the forest and they'll take the other? I can even help you guys build like a big wall if you want. Not to get oddly political, but
It's gonna be huge.
maybe death is just not the answer here.
One of the wolves nearby speaks up.
She speaks like she knows this place.
And you hear some laughter.
Oh,
I couldn't mean anything.
I-
The wolf's head, which is turned to you, the Lord Ukra turns to
they
you.
think I'm funny.
How many total are there?
7.
Of all the inns, there are 7, including the 12-foot tall one.
Including the 12-foot tall one.
You could probably take them.
We got one of those too.
I'm not trying to take sides here. Just from, a third party looking in. Just, trying to understand both perspectives. Maybe.
You have only heard one perspective.
Exactly.
Then go speak with them if you like. Learn what we have learned.
Okay.
Perhaps that will help guide your choice.
Not a bad idea.
I find that very
Yeah, let's
reasonable.
follow
Very
the light.
reasonable.
Let's follow the
Agreeable.
lights. That is very agreeable.
Very
Watching.
At this point, Lord Ukrat crouches down, leaps up into the canopy of the forest, and you hear as he leaps off in the distance. The other wolves follow suit and dart off in separate directions, and you hear as the bear backs away. Trinket growls back at him.
Oh, be nice to him, Trinket.
The bear goes. Trinket goes. Kind of brosif bear snarls. You guys are left to the quiet of the forest now.
Shit.
Okay.
I want to go meet some
We
pixies.
could probably kill them all. I'm just throwing that out there.
I'm super restless.
I don't really want to fight a group of werebeasts, but we have much better chances if we're going to pick a side against them with their brute strength against fucking pixies. I am charmed at the drop of a hat.
Yes, you are.
Have you fought a werewolf? Have you fought a lycan?
I've never encountered a.
Is it just brute strength?
I don't know.
Well, they are cursed. I
Are
think
they?
Can. I mean, they seem very unhappy. They
Do we
have
know
to sit
anything
in
about
rolling
these
chairs at all
We
times.
literally have no idea
have
what
no
we're up
idea
against
what
in
we're
any
doing.
direction.
You have very little knowledge of any
There
sort
aren't
of like.
scary fairy stories.
I mean,
though,
you've
growing up?
heard
comic
about
books.
people
Yeah,
that
that's all I'm
transform and such,
talking
yeah.
about.
But like any specifics about their capabilities,
Yeah.
you know.
I
practically
have a
nothing.
few spells that are good against people who can transform, but we're also in the Feywild, so
Which also
I
means
don't know.
cute and dainty also means scary and dangerous.
You really
Yeah.
bollocksed up the musical instruments scenario, and I don't feel like the Pixies are going to be much better than that.
I feel like that went rather well.
Could we?
I mean, all things
I got a good
considered,
workout.
I feel like.
Yeah.
Took less than
gone
3
worse.
tries to figure that out.
We ran in for 30 seconds, shit the bed, and then got the hell out. We didn't try to end them. We didn't finish anything.
No,
It
we
also
didn't.
bears remarking that Garmelie said we're not supposed to side with either, right?
Right, Garmelie?
Gray goes, you know, it's really up to you guys. I don't know if we have much of a choice right now.
I mean, can't we just thread the needle and play them both? I mean,
yeah,
do we
until
need
we
to
get out of here,
sides?
right?
Could be.
I mean, we're talking about exterminating a race of like the group of fairies, or exterminating.
No,
a
no.
group
One of
of-
their relics.
Just
Yeah,
have to
take a relic.
desecrate a relic.
And you don't think that they're not going to put up a massive fight if we go in
Maybe
and start
Scanlan-
kicking their
maybe
relics?
we
I
don't
feel
have
like
to-
we've desecrated relics before. I feel like this
Especially
is well within our
covertly. I mean,
wheelhouse.
Scanlan is really charming. Very charming.
I could probably convince them to destroy it themselves.
Right.
How's that book going?
Charming, but still
Oh,
equally
shit.
charming.
So you genuinely think we can destroy the relics without harming anyone?
No,
No.
but I'd like to try.
But I will admit, I kind of want to see the pixies.
I just want to
I
see.
want to see the pixies
I
too.
know.
I
We also
know.
wanted to hear the music. That didn't go well. You've got a bow
It
to
went
get
fine.
you.
Nobody
You want
hurt.
it.
We're
Let's
learning.
just go over there, do a little recon, and then we'll make up our mind.
Yeah,
we
just do
are
some recon.
idiots.
Yes, we are.
I'm more inclined to turn around and fight these lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! Because pixies, who knows?
Honestly, they didn't seem that bad.
We don't want to fight them
I
yet.
feel terrible just killing them for no reason.
Maybe
Plus-
we can talk to the
Snake bit me.
pixies
I will
about.
admit, I kind of think
you
of
know.
like fetching in a
Oh,
new
really?
lined winter jacket.
Tiger,
but
tiger.
Maybe they can work with us. Maybe they can pretend.
But I'm okay. I'm
like we
okay with
destroyed
at
their
least
relics.
going to do some recon.
we should at
Yeah.
least
We go
have
see
a
the
conversation.
pixies, we send in Garmelie. If he dies, then we make a choice.
That
Do you have a revision to that plan?
I would think that would be the last portion of the plan. Everything else goes forward, and then all else fails. Perhaps Garmelie would
Noted.
have a hard time, but preferably. Yeah.
Garmelie, go, Percy, go.
You're our guide. Guide
Yes.
us. We are supposed to go
Please
where we're
lead the
going,
way.
so
To the
you're supposed to
lights.
get us there. How do we get there?
Follow the lights.
Didn't you know exactly how to go there? Follow the lights.
Guide
Oh, you're
us.
so brave.
We brought you here.
Garmelie, I'm so curious as to what happens if you're going to renege on our
Can
contract.
you draw some of the
I followed the
pixies?
contract.
Would you want to draw some of the pixies as we see them?
I mean, if they let me,
Yeah. If you hide behind Grog and you draw the pixies.
I could maybe do that.
You're gonna be pixies with giant dick butts everywhere.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
Garmelie, is there anything in particular about pixies we desperately need to be aware of?
They're tiny, they're frail, mostly mischievous.
How tiny?
Like, and he kind of makes a mention.
They're
his
really
hand
that
about
small.
big.
Are they
1/6
super
scale.
strong?
No, they're quite the opposite, actually.
There's lots of them, and they're fast and invisible.
Charming.
They are fairly magical entities, and depending on which type of pixie they are, their dispositions can shift dramatically. The Feywild entities that live and exist in certain areas tend to adapt to those areas. There are creatures of all emotional and moral backgrounds and interests. It's hard to say.
I'll also say, if we are going to attack the were creatures, it would be nice to have a little help, maybe?
Help from whom?
From the pixies.
Oh.
So if we explain our situation, we can make a decision and either help the were creatures or...
Maybe the pixies can help
Maybe
us
the
take out
pixies
the
can help
cancerous tree and all the things around it.
Well, let's go get eyes on them, shall we?
Let's go.
Every vowel in the book.
All right, make a survival check
Oh God.
with advantage because you're in a forest.
I'm in a
good this
forest.
time.
Oh, just her?
Just her, yeah.
That's better. 22.
22. You guys begin to move slowly forward as you ascertain a direction from the occasional small flutter of fey light that drifts at a slight curvature in its descent, making your way in the direction of where supposedly the nexus of this pixie tribe should exist. We're gonna go and take a break. So we'll see you guys back here in a few minutes to pick up where this left off, wandering towards the pixie home. See you guys in a minute.
It is magic. It is magical. Think about it. All your movies, music, photos, documents, fan art, fan fiction, all of your user data backed up safely and securely to the cloud. Access your data anywhere. Oh, was not looking at the camera. Need one file, no problem. Need a couple files, piece of cake, download them easily and quickly. What's the next one? If your computer gets lost or stolen or you need all of your data back, you can even restore by mail. We will send you a hard drive via FedEx. Less hammy. And you can return it for a full refund. It is awesome. It's just like the little GIF thing. Here's a real game world example. Remember when Vox Machina made it up to Umbrasyl's lair and there was just like a little bit of gold in there and Vex was super sad? Well, it turns out Umbrasyl probably had another hoard somewhere else. It's good to have a backup. I'm kind of amazing at this, actually. Hang on. Backblaze kicks ass. Go to backblaze.com/criticalrole and start backing up your data today. Once you go to this URL, we'll know you came from Geek and Sundry, and we can support them in the future. Ow. That's what I get for buying a zombie survival kit. If you go here, you get a 2-week free trial. There's no credit cards or anything like that. Just start uploading your data quickly and easily once you install the app. Play the Rogue on TV. Do it today and start backing up.
Welcome back. So, as we come into the event, Vox Machina slowly crawling through the moonbrush towards wherever these gentle fey lights drift, leading them, hopefully, to some sort of a home space or residence of the local Wishers pixie population. You guys pushing on for about another 2.5, 3 hours, following the lights.
Reading.
Reading the whole
How many
thing.
hours do you have left of reading?
After 2.5 more, I have about 4.5.
Okay.
So close. You're on the cusp of your weekend, too. You guys make your way. Hoping that the music now is fixed. We shall see. It's a cable issue, not an iPad issue, it looks like, hopefully. So, as you guys push on, you eventually see a cluster of small glowing lights in the distance, Bex. Garmelia immediately goes, I'm gonna hide now. And he goes invisible, and
Do they, Garmelia, won't they see you? Don't they have good,
That's possible. Should I just stay back?
You should probably just, hold on to Grog, and if he runs in, just trail behind him.
Okay.
Yeah.
and you feel a little hand grab the back of your belt again. A similar situation. You hear, you guys now see what appears to be a thicket in the center of this portion of the forest. Maybe 20 or so natural-looking homes forming a small glowing community. Almost like they were grown out of the ground of the local trees. The bark itself protrudes from the side of a tree and creates a dome-like abode that has carved little windows in it and a glowing interior. It's a very, very pretty fairy community. If you were to see it in the center.
Goodness.
All of the fey lights in the forest are all slowly drifting in towards the center of this community. This is about at 100-foot distance. You can just make out the faintest details.
They're teeny though. It's teeny little houses.
Yes.
Like doghouse size?
I know.
Yeah,
No,
how
like,
big?
like each home or abode is about the size of a basketball.
It's not a village of
Are they made out of toadstools?
It's hard to see from this distance. You can just see the general size of the homes.
This is so cute.
I think it's going to go
And Bex is the only one I can see.
really poorly.
She's the furthest ahead, yes.
All right.
I feel like cute is the last word we should use for this.
No, it will be the last word you ever say.
Definitely, Pixie City is up ahead.
Should we look for like perimeter alarms or traps?
Yes, I look for that. Good idea, Grog. Good thinking.
Uh-oh.
So,
I'm gonna go stealth just cause.
Me too.
all right, make stealth check, guys.
All right. Pass without a hesitation.
Is that's not still active anymore?
That was all.
We're doing stealth checks?
For those who wish to move forward towards the village.
Well, all of us, sure.
Yeah.
15.
Not bad.
Natural 20.
25.
Are we adding plus 10?
No.
No.
27.
5.
17.
And as you guys creep forward, still kind of humming the essence of the tune that you guys managed to escape earlier. Galen's enjoying the echoes of his counter chant that he so well presented earlier. You shush him as you slowly creep closer and closer to the outskirts of this pixie community. As you get closer, you can see when you envision a city or a cluster of abodes like this, it's a large section, but for the scale of this, it's no more than maybe 25 feet across, and there are maybe 24 homes throughout the entirety of this space. You can see just on the edge, looking inside, what appears to be a circle of about 10 slightly glowing quartz-like stones. They're arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the community, and most of the fey lights are drawn towards it and just kind of cluster and rest at the base of the stones before fading away. You can also see 3 throughout this community, arranged like decorative statues, are 3 stone, human-sized wolf-men type creatures that are locked in place, their claws up like this. Some look like they're fleeing over his shoulder. They're all locked in a stone position and currently now have draped over them small vines and flowers, and they just now rest amongst the community as some sort of a landmark.
All right, that is kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
You can see at this distance now a few moving, slightly brighter points of glowing light kind of fluttering by and going from one little home to another. One kind of over into the circle, flutters back. You guys are still at a good 40, 50 feet from the outside of this clearing.
We can't spot any pixies near us at all?
Not directly near you, no.
I hate spiders.
I don't want to go near this place. We should either talk to them or run away right now.
I like the latter.
That's a good idea, but what was the goal here? To grab part of this circle?
To break
wanted
a
us to-
piece of the circle.
yeah,
to
to-
break the circle.
To kick over their rocks and their stuff.
over their rock.
The thing in the middle of their
Basically.
little village.
Did
They're
you say to
tiny.
bring one back or to break it? The relic.
Desecrate.
They said it was the source of their power, right?
What if
Said
they're
it was
really
the source of their
nice?
power?
Think about, yeah.
Desecrated? I'm just
You ever stepped
spitballing.
on an anthill, right? It gets real nasty.
Is it an open area over the village?
It is kind of a clearing of trees, about 25, 30 feet across. And along the interior of the trees are where a lot of the homes are kind of grown out of the ground, almost like a strange tree trunk roots up into a dome-like natural home. And even they're kind of arranged in a smaller circle around the central stone circle that is the middle.
Like forest wasps.
It all depends on the definition of desecrate, but I mean, I could fly you 500 feet in the air and you could shit upon that circle. It just depends on if that is desecration in the eyes of the fairy.
I will say that from what I gather of this realm, it probably isn't enough.
What if we asteroid dropped Keyleth from 500 feet?
That was very fun.
That's
Take out the lot of them? Or...
But it would take out the lot of them, right?
Yeah, that is,
Seems so drastic.
If we
Seems
even
very
land.
drastic.
The fairies or the fairy circle? Wouldn't it just destroy the circle?
Well, how
big.
wide is the entire?
20, 25 feet, right?
It's about 25, 30 feet for the entirety of the community. The circle itself is 5 to 10 feet wide. It's not a very large circle at all.
You'll be in your stone elemental form, it'd be no problem for you.
It'd be no problem for me.
I don't think she would ever get close to it.
It's
They
also-
have some sort of shield up.
it would be kicking the hornet's nest, certainly.
Tell me this, Vax.
Yes,
People with high perception.
I'm Vex.
Yep.
he's Vex, I'm Vex.
Where are the animal men? Are they watching us right now?
Dee, 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 dee,
Perception check.
dee, dee, dee.
That's double because of favoritism. What is that? 20? No, 30. 33.
33. Doing a pretty intense scan of the vicinity of the forest around you, you see no sign of any of the previous pack that you encountered.
I think they're out there somewhere.
I think they're probably hanging back a bit. I don't know if they'd want to get this close.
I'm sure they have other means of spying on us.
I vote we don't fuck with the pixies.
I mean, we could do
Never
a few
thought I'd say
things.
that,
If we, here's what I have at my disposal. I can shapeshift into like a little tiny spider and go in there and kind of do
Can
some
you
recon.
shapeshift into a pixie?
No, unfortunately. Beasts particular.
Can't you go underground and pop up?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Once again, probably destroying their entire village, but yeah.
Two
It
of us
wouldn't be-
could snipe something out.
But I mean, I could go in like a spider and just be like a spider.
I don't think any
Or-
projectile is gonna get in there.
I also happened to bring hallucinatory terrain today. So, depending on how smart we think the lichens are, maybe I can
Make it look like we destroyed the
like we
entire
destroyed
place.
How long does that last?
Let's do it.
24
I like that.
hours.
24 hours.
Let me double check before I make promises.
I like this.
I like
really
that.
like this plan.
Just to help with, give us a day's head start.
Would we
But,
have
I
to let the
mean-
You know what we could
fairies
do?
in?
Grog and I could run back. I could cut him over the eye. And we could say, it was horrible. It was quite a fight. But we won.
They'll
Do we need to let the pixies know that we're going to do this?
Well, here's the thing. Maybe Scanlan, do you have something that could? I don't want to waste the spell and then find out that they have some sort of like magical barrier enchantment that it can't stay up there. Does that make sense?
Waste hallucinatory terrain?
Yeah.
What else you can use that?
Well, I'm burning a spell slot.
Well, not just
But
that.
not that I would.
If they block it with their magical little
Hoo-ha.
crystals all over the place, then they'll also know we're here and they will attack.
Yes, 24 hours for a 150-foot cube.
I could throw something
I
into
make
the circle.
a terrain look, sound, and smell like some sort of other
I'm
terrain.
just worried that if you do it, then the Lycans are going to bust it, and then they just go to battle amongst themselves.
Isn't that brilliant?
This is actually really smart.
Wait, can you still tree bamf us out of harm's way if we needed to?
How about this?
I
You
brought
got the
plane
mansion.
shift
You got
in
the
case we
mansion.
need
I
to
don't have the
bail
mansion.
out of.
How do you know?
I don't have the
Sorry,
mansion.
burn the mansion.
Are you
I haven't
sure?
slept
He
in
hasn't slept in
days.
days. Sorry.
It's got no spell slots.
No, the only thing that I have that can get us out fast is plane shift, which will get us out of the Feywild.
Nope.
That would be bad.
But I brought that just in case.
Third option, we say, fuck the Lycans, fuck the Pixies, and we just keep going.
What if
suggest.
you do the hallucinatory
say fuck the
terrain and we
pixies
just
and we're gonna fight
leave?
the
Yeah, I mean, we could do the hallucinatory rain, and if it fails, then I guess we won't be in any worse situation.
I'm
Do
a
it.
big fan of hallucinatory
I'm
terrain.
all about
If we
it.
do the hallucinatory terrain and it fails, the pixies will straight up attack us.
How do you know?
Well, it won't hurt them. It just makes it look different.
Everything here has attacked us.
All in favor of hallucinatory terrain, raise your hand. All.
We have to get the animal men here to see it, or else
Do we?
it's worth it.
And we
worthless.
cast it first, then
We cast it, and then when they
Create a ruckus and then
All
we
right,
just run.
I will buy into this idea if we have a plan for when the pixies
Okay.
are about to literally attack us in 5 minutes from now.
Well, we can do hallucinatory terrain. If we run into the Lycans, all we have to do is say we
I don't
did
worry
it.
about them.
We just say we
can
did it.
see
We
them.
take off running.
go look.
Do hallucinatory terrain.
Right.
Run Garmili. Which direction should we run if we're running towards where we're supposed to be going?
Carmelia has watched this thing with eyes wide. And
That way.
All right.
Good.
You do hallucinatory
Weren't
terrain.
you dropping little
Take
green
off running
rocks?
that way.
I was dropping little green rocks.
So we can find our way back to the Lycans, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's, of course, assuming the little green rocks work here.
They were red. They
Then I
were
have
the
no
red
mind
rocks.
picking them up and collecting
There's
them.
an
I thought
awful lot
green
of
would
reasons
blend.
why the little red rocks wouldn't work.
Okay. Let's do it.
We take off running.
I'm stoked.
The Lycans
Wait, where are we
stop
running?
us.
Where?
Towards the bog.
Towards the what?
We think towards the bog.
Towards
we
the
think-
bog.
We're leaving Kiki and just
No,
running?
look, I can do this at a range of 300 feet. So let's back up
Oh.
300 feet.
Great. You do it. We act like we did something. We start running.
Hallucinatory terrain. Are we
And
doing
then-
this? Are we ready? Are we
you
doing
just
this?
did it.
Let's fucking do it.
I did it. Bam.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
we're
oh
gonna
God!
fucking
So
die.
you stand back at the outside.
This is the worst plan.
What kind of hallucinatory terrain are you creating?
Okay, I want it to
Oh my
look
God.
like,
Independence Day.
pretty much, like the fairy terrain, but like their little huts are on fire. You know, like they've been raided, and I want the circle of rocks to be like obliterated, and all their statues to be knocked over, and
Smell like
make
fire
it
and
it smells like fire
shit and pixie blood.
and shit and pixie blood, like Grog said.
Like 1,000.
Grasping at what you imagine pixie blood would smell like as you net
Yeah, I'm sure it
Like
smells
licorice.
kind of delightful. Yeah, yeah.
Cinnamon.
All right, so
Herbal.
so as Keyleth, you finish concentrating, you guys watch as there's a shimmer of magical energy, and now you see where once the beautiful, glowing fairy light of the pixie abodes now look burnt to a cinder. You can see what looks to be embers slowly rising off of them as the stone structures are now broken across the ground.
Can they?
Well done.
The pixies see it too, though.
They can see it, but they can also be like, "Oh, this isn't real." Like if you touched it,
I grab Caleb by the wrist and start running away from the stage.
Are we running back to the
No,
lichens
no,
or to
no,
the shade mark?
we're going to the shade
We're
mark. Towards the shade mark.
Garmilli's
to the
stuck his
shade
foot. What do
mark.
you
To
think?
the shade mark.
I've got Garmilli.
Yes.
Go,
They're running.
Go, run, Fawn, run.
But keep on the lookout for mandrakes.
And werewolves.
Oh,
And
okay.
pixies.
Okay, so I want everyone to make a perception check.
Strong 8. Strong 8.
Natural 1. Natural 1.
No. 22.
No.
22.
31.
This is a
19.
terrible.
All right,
terrible
what are you looking out
idea.
for? Like, which direction are you looking?
I'm looking towards where we're going.
Okay, so you're going with Garmilli, heading in
Yes.
the direction of Descourt. What are you looking, Gilith?
I'm looking out for werewolves.
Okay.
For lichens.
Okay, where are you looking?
I'm looking for lichens too.
All right,
I'm
so
just being honest.
you guys continue pushing forward.
I'm shouting, the way is clear. The way is clear.
All right, you guys run and run and run
Oh no.
and run, and you're pushing through brush and pushing over elements and heavy hard portions of the floor. I need everyone to go ahead and roll a general. This is going to be an athletics check for the keeping up the endurance and speed of this. Is not easy terrain to continue to push across.
Get him quick.
Athletics. I've got land stride, so I don't get slowed by any
You're fine.
hard terrain.
You're fine.
Oh, so I don't need to roll.
You don't need to roll. You know this area. Fine.
24.
24.
11.
I rolled twice because of disadvantage.
Yeah.
Both were ones.
Oh, Jesus! 2 20s and 2 1s.
You've hit the spectrum tonight, buddy.
I rolled a 1, but then I used luck and I rolled a 20.
cycle.
Nice.
Wow.
You guys, calm down on the
Feywild.
extreme.
The rainbow and the Feywild.
Everything is possible.
There are
in the
other
Feywild.
numbers between those two. You realize in the dice. Okay.
I'm
so,
tired from reading.
Yeah, you're not reading during this run.
Gotta finish the Game of Thrones, man.
But as you guys are charging forward, Scanlan just goes face first over a heavy root into the ground.
Oh shit.
Shite.
You guys have to kind of like double
I turn
back.
back, yeah, grab him.
Grab him, keep going.
I'm tired.
You push on and you push on and you push on for what seems like another 30 minutes to an hour. Your pace is to slow just due to just general exhaustion and you're unable to keep that speed and that level of physical exertion for that long. Or most of you can. Grog is like happy to go forever. He's Constitution of 20, he's good to go.
He's basically good against anything except one of the ancient dragons.
There's a few things he's not good against.
All right.
Tiny
Whatever.
brain with arms and legs, not so good.
Okay.
That little bastard.
That was fun.
Bring it
Eventually, you begin to see what looks to be a thinning of the trees, like the forest is coming to an end. You're beginning to hit the edge of the Duskward side
No.
of the Moonbrush.
Are we going the right direction, Garmini?
As far as I know, yes, we're going the right way.
You're taking us through the bog?
Through the Moonbrush, that's what we're going through.
Yeah.
Still to the bog.
Yeah.
Of course, where else do I want to go?
All right.
Theater.
It's like holding his hat and rushing along.
You want to go to the theater?
No, theater!
What's your problem with the arts, man?
You guys, at this point in time, come to the final tree line. The three, Vex and Vax and Garmilli hailing at the front of the pace, before all three of you, whack, slam into something extremely hard.
Oh.
What is it?
Did it feel like a theater?
No, I felt like a wall.
The wall of a theater?
A wall.
What is with the theater?
Seriously. A wall.
Back up, and you guys catch up, and same thing. You come up to the edge where the final tree, actual like between where the trees that hit the perimeter of the forest are,
Fucking.
and there's just a barrier, a invisible barrier right there that's preventing you from crossing.
What is this
Fucking
thing?
kidding me?
Garmilli, what is
They're
this?
not
I don't know. I
letting
haven't encountered this.
Never ever.
I don't walk into the middle of dangerous forests for fun.
I don't think we can leave until we
Take care of this?
take care of this.
Wait. Can you you can go invisible? Is it like magic? Can you tell?
I mean, I can have a look at it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
have a
look.
look. Have a look.
Comes up and looks over it for a bit.
To be honest, this is a large-scale enchantment. This is some sort of a... Well, this is very, very powerful, very old magic.
Fucking old magic.
Young
He turns around looking at you guys. Hi.
Hi.
Looking past you.
Oh, shit.
As you guys turn around and see behind you what looks to be, shoulder to shoulder, a mass of furred, standing, snarling, beast-like humanoids. Behind them, just landing and standing up at his full height, his snout just having to dip beneath the brush under the nearest trees. The entirety.
See what we did to those pixies?
Yeah, did you see?
Wrecked.
Just fucking
Wrecked.
destroyed.
Cut me real quick.
At this point, you now see as
for damage.
Lord Ukurat steps from all, and all kind of begin to form a semicircle around you. He goes,
11. Were you trying to flee?
We were running from the pixies.
We destroyed their home and then we took off running.
You're right.
That's what you wanted, right?
They're so scary.
If you had done what you asked, you would have been able to leave this forest.
So we have to try harder. It didn't work.
Apparently, our methods were not complete. We will go back and we will do it better this next time.
To be fair, I don't remember entering a formal contract.
You kind of took off before we
Agreed to anything,
shook hands
right?
or anything.
Have you always?
You told us to go take a look at the pixies first.
Get a second opinion.
And to get a second opinion. And we have made it to the edge of the bog safely without your need of safe
he's
passage.
already turned around and walking away. It says,
Do what you will.
Oh, fuck
I have
me.
no interest in you. Liars, deceivers. You talk too much. Your meat would taste like ash in my mouth. Well, good luck. Enjoy your time locked in this prison like the rest of us.
Oh.
turn around,
Wait.
walk away.
Wait, you're locked in here because of the pixies?
I feel like they're terrible communicators.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have told us that. I don't think they wanted
That's
to tell
a
us
good
that.
incentive for us to destroy the
I
pixies.
feel like that would've been
Yes, that would
We
have been.
can't proceed
Good lead.
without destroying
Right.
the pixies.
Yeah. It seems a lot less
A
like
little
a
communication is all we need.
Can I take out my blood axe
We're not very good.
and go up to the magic barrier and hit it as hard as I can?
Go for it. Roll an attack.
Yeah, this is gonna go poorly. Wait, don't.
22.
Okay, go roll damage.
Oh, how do I do that? I forget.
Just.
I'm kidding. It's been a sec.
It's been a few episodes.
16.
Okay. I need you to also go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Sweet. Natural 1.
Oh. God. Oh my god.
Gotta love it when the crew laughs at you from the background.
That is a 1, right?
As you pull back with the blood axe, you slam with all your might in the barrier. As it hits, there's a streak, a flash of vibrant bluish white light, and what sounds like the highest shriek you've ever heard in the entirety of your time on Exandria. At which point you watch Grog get flung backwards at incredible speed through the air, the actual blast sending you almost into your allies and party, slamming into one of the nearby tree trunks. The blood axe just goes plumping to the ground as you feel a number of bones in your back from the impact. You suffer 28 points of psychic damage and 14 points of bludgeoning damage from hitting the tree.
Oh, shit.
That's 42.
I feel like we all learned a very valuable lesson.
What's a
tonight.
good burrowing creature like a badger?
I feel like we need to rest, you guys. We really need to rest.
Let's sit down and camp, and in the morning we'll go and kill some pixies.
Yeah.
Wait, are we trapped in here because we were deceitful to these wolfmen?
No,
or
we're trapped because
the
everything
pixies
that
are
enters-
trapping everybody?
The
Yes.
Pixies are bitter little assholes, and we need to
Garmelie
take
goes,
care of them.
that doesn't make sense. People enter and exit the forest without an issue.
Oh, really?
What?
We entered.
Yeah, we entered.
Yeah.
So why are we trapped here? Because we lied?
I don't know.
I just don't think we can go this way.
I'm going to attempt to cast Minor Illusion on the other side of the wall. Just an image of myself.
Okay. As you attempt to cast the spell, the arcane energy dissipates upon impact with the barrier.
Gormley, who do you know
Interesting.
that's left these woods?
That would be my Uncle Jameson, is the person I learned most of this information about the Moonbrush from.
Your Uncle Jameson, and he was definitely telling the truth that he went in the woods.
I mean, he was probably a little intoxicated when he was spinning these tales, but, I mean...
Is Jameson his real name or a nickname?
Yes, exactly.
As far as I know, it's his real name.
So he knew about the happy camp.
These are the things I was warned of, yes.
All right.
James?
Do we want to waste any time trying to take your broom up and see how high this barrier goes?
I can dig and see if we can go under. Just
Well,
in
we
case.
hit it
we're
with
not
our
gonna be able
bodies.
to
We
get
didn't
out.
fly
That
back,
doesn't-
you attacked it.
That doesn't jive.
Oh, that's true. It didn't hurt us when we just ran into it.
No, when we ran into it, it just felt like a brick wall.
I guess I fly up, and can I fly up and see how high up it goes?
Sure. You're in the broom, you go past the
Jameson?
canopy, and eventually the front of the broom clips and scrapes against, and you can see a little bit of a shimmer of the barrier that domes up.
Ah. It's a bubble. We're in a bubble.
There's two
Go
Jamesons.
back down.
Yeah.
I have a proposal.
Yes, Grog.
Why don't we make our way back to the Pixie Dome and say like, oh, we're chased by these horrible lichens. We wanted to kill them, but we got stuck when we hit this invisible wall. Could you do anything to help us get rid of the lichens? And then we play both sides of the coin.
That is way better than our first idea, and yet still terrible.
I think we just have to pick a terrible idea
And stick with it.
and stick with it until it becomes far too much for us to deal with.
Can I take a look around and see, like,
Let's
do a
make
perception check to see if anyone else might be watching us?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Let's do this one. Oh, that's not bad. Perception. Yeah. 25.
25. You take a moment and kind of glance about the tree line, the floor.
You know, like little like rustles in the bushes
Right.
from someone who might be invisible.
No movement any further. Once the rest of Lord Ukrat and his crew had vanished into that would be the nightward direction. You've seen no movement
I
since.
feel like they weren't that bad of guys. I mean, they could have attacked us and they didn't. They just want out.
I mean, they're certainly no meaner than Krog is. But they're just area.
I propose we take a nap, go back and deal with the pixies one way or
To
another.
rest up.
Yeah, I agree with Percival. I think all our options are shit. And we pick the least shitty and see what happens.
Yeah.
Scanlan, can you sleep?
If I read for a few more hours first, sure.
Yeah, we'll make dinner.
Take those watch.
How long have we been up?
Take for.
At this point in time, I'd say probably close to 8-9 hours. Yeah.
So it hasn't been a full day. Let's,
we'll
let's
stay.
call
It's
it
been
an early
a long
night.
day. Let's
Yeah.
call it an early night. Wake up fresh.
Read your book.
Read.
We'll sleep.
By the fire, yeah.
All right, you take first watch. We're gonna zonk out.
Okay.
All
I'll
right.
stay up as well.
So you're taking a short rest or a long rest?
We'll take a short rest into a long rest. So he can finish reading and then we can sleep.
All right, sure. So you taking first watch as you guys all.
And I'm up with him.
Okay. So,
Oh god.
can you?
I want to go Minxie and just kind of do a little perimeter walk in the forest a little bit.
Okay.
Just kind of see
You
if
guys
I
are
notice
rest. You
anything.
guys are resting and just kind of finding camp here in a small section of the tree. You're on that weird cusp where, looking out towards the barrier, you can see the dusk light, the usual sky of the Feywild. And as you guys back up to find your camp a little deeper in the forest where it feels safer and less exposed, looking up, you can still see the dark, starry sky and the moon. Both visible from your position past the trees above and then past the barrier in front. As the rest of you are resting, you're finishing up your reading, you go Mingxi form, and you go wandering on the perimeter. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Ooh, natural one.
Looks like a 7. Nope, that's a 1.
Okay. You, as you're kind of stalking through, looking about, you catch a scent, a new scent, one you're unfamiliar with. It smells like sweet, almost like a freshly fallen and opened fruit. You immediately instinctively look down across the ground. Out of the corner of your eye, you see a glow. As you see 2 small humanoid entities with pairs of wings kind of flutter in front of you and stop. What languages do you know?
Elven, Sylvan, Primordial.
Okay. You do understand what they're saying, as they're both talking to each other in Sylvan. One says,
I'm not familiar with this one. I don't think I've seen this creature in here before.
The other one kind of glances over and goes like,
You don't think she would have done that?
Wait, what was that bit? Last bit? Sorry.
You don't think that she could have done it?
Like,
done it.
Could have done it, killed.
It's just a cat. Is it though?
and they both kind of get closer and inspect you. They're both kind of like rotating around your face and fluttering. One starts like pulling on your ear a little bit, like tugging on it.
I start purring.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
And it kind of like under your neck and kind of scratches a little bit. And the other one backs him and goes like,
We have to keep looking. Something did this.
and they
I
flutter off.
wait for a second and then start stalking them.
Okay, you follow them?
Yeah.
Okay. The rest of you guys are taking a rest to continue reading.
I'm awake. I'm keeping guard.
Okay. How they stop and move, stop, move. They're doing a full perimeter. Apparently they are some sort of a search party. And occasionally you can hear bits and pieces of conversation at a distance, thanks to your better hearing as Mingxi, but not incredible bits. And they're discussing the scare. They're discussing the enchantment that was placed. And they're discussing new intrusion. And that's about the most you can make out of the conversation. You continue to follow them. You're going to like their second or third hour of following them, and they're still doing a wide perimeter in the forest. They meet up with a third one. They have like a quick little discussion, and then they branch off
Can I
again.
hear their little discussion? Anything?
If you want to get closer?
Yeah.
Okay, make it a stealth check.
I have stealth as Minxie. Like benefits, right? Right? As like a tiger? Oh yeah, I do. Oh, not good. 10.
All right, as you creep forward in the middle of their discussion, the three of them, they all whip around at you. One of them pulls like a wand out and puts that in front of them. The other two back up.
I just start eating grass.
Okay.
That's totally tiger-like.
Tigers love eating.
The two that saw you before are like,
She's been following us.
I roll over and show my belly.
the one that has the wand out goes,
Oh boy.
We're gonna take chances.
Oh no.
puts the wand out.
Oh fuck me.
Have?
Huh? How many?
See form.
Hit points.
Total? Shuffle, shuffle, flip page, flip page, flip page.
Sorry. 52.
Not no more, you
They're in,
don't.
like finger of death me, aren't they?
They nuke you.
Or do something bad.
Okay. At least the wand, there's a slight tingling sensation, and then nothing happens. And it kind of looks at the wand.
Strange.
And they all kind of convene and start whispering to each other very
I look
close.
distracted with other stuff. I sniff and kind of wander off.
Separate a bit.
Just doing cat-like things.
Let's just start pissing.
Yeah, I mark my territory. I spray a little bit. Yeah.
Wow.
Gross.
Thank you.
That's foul, Caleb.
You hear one of them say,
We can always correct it later, but best to be safe than sorry.
as you're peeing, I need you to go ahead and make a...
Petrified her
let's see.
Oh no. She gets petrified while she's pissing. It's gonna be.
Oh really?
All right, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh dear.
Roll good.
It's either a 1 or a 20.
Come on.
Oh God! I'll just start a new one. Don't worry about it.
Oh God!
Fuck! Why?
I mean, is this shit on camera? We're recording, right?
That's 19.
Twice.
Oh God!
You can't take it off the table.
Fucking row.
Oh
What are the chances?
Oh my God!
Do it again.
Come on.
Oh, that's 16.
Yes.
Okay, good.
That's good.
Constitution saving throw.
Saving throw. So 21.
Constitution saving throw is 21 total.
I got my ring of protection. Which gives me a +2.
Oh right, nice.
And
All right,
saving
so as you're peeing, you feel another kind of warm tingle over one shoulder, and you feel like your muscles tense a little bit and then relax as the effect passes over you. No effect. And the three pixies go,
We have to tell her. I don't trust it.
and they all flutter off.
Okay, I head back to camp.
Okay. A few hours pass. Keyleth hasn't returned. You're still reading.
Keyleth? Keyleth, dear? Shit.
Whenever I'm back.
Shit. I go and I kick Max awake.
Ow. Why did you do that?
Oi,
What?
your girlfriend's not back yet. She went off prowling as Minxie and she's not home.
I take off flying.
Fucking A.
Oh, Jesus.
Winged?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay.
I'm a big girl.
That is
Come on.
not what I meant for you to do.
This is your first time really trying out your wings.
Yes.
You're also in a very dense forest.
Yes.
So there's no space. So as you whoosh, heroically take off, your wing hits a branch, you go kind of spinning out of the way. You try and push up past
Can
the
I
tree
Spider-Man from tree to tree like the werewolves did, using the wings a little bit?
First time.
First time using it.
You're trying to.
All right.
Go ahead and make
Flying
an
brand new
acrobatics check
drone.
with disadvantage.
All right.
It's like a Palinka machine.
28.
With disadvantage.
Yes.
You manage to not fall on your face, but it is a very clumsy looking descent. You make it,
so
but
high.
a wingspan of that size,
Yes.
amongst treetops,
Yes.
is going to do very little other than just what your general leaping would do. You get a little bit of gliding space from point to point.
Still fucking asleep is the problem.
Yeah, but you don't fall.
Okay.
All right, so we'll say for the next couple hours, you guys kind of do-si-do in the forest until eventually you do convene. Your wings wear off, and you find yourself back at the camp, Minxie safely arriving just as you finish your final page of your book.
And it was all a dream. What a shitty ending. Who knew? It was terribly hacky and derivative, and it read like 50 Shades of Grey. It was really
Scanlan.
Sane elsewhere. That's really.
What? Something different about me?
I don't know, you just... Did you do your hair differently today? It just seems so...
Are you shorter?
I feel so.
Your teeth are whiter or something. I'm
That's
not
impossible.
sure what it is.
It could be.
And Scanlan goes right into probably the deepest slumber he's ever in.
Good, you
Ever
guys are back.
experienced.
Everybody's safe. Everything's
So-
good.
I stalked a couple of fairies for like several hours.
I know all this. You told me
Fascinating.
2 hours
yes,
ago.
I caught him up a little bit as we were walking back. Pretty sure it is the fairies who are creating the magical barrier, and pretty sure it's because we might have scared the living shit out of them. So,
You suck.
yes, it might have all been still our faults all along, like most things are. So, we'll talk to the fairies tomorrow.
If they don't find us.
They are actively looking for us.
They saw you.
They saw me as a cat.
What'd they do to you?
I think they tried to cast several spells on me, and by some luck of the draw, I managed to feline my way out of them. So I think they are looking for me and us, and I won't be a tiger anymore.
Can I use my ranger abilities and try to disguise where we're camping?
Yeah, can I help hide? I'll help her
Try
a
and
little
camouflage.
bit.
You guys find like a little alcove by one of the bigger trees nearby that has like some of the roots that kind of recess inward, and you build a small camp there that's kind of covered with thatch and branches.
And do we have any concept of what time it is in this perpetual night?
You really have none.
I'm gonna get a little sleep though, so I can get my spells back.
All right, sleep. Yeah.
Sleep. Anybody else taking watch?
Yeah, stay up with me.
Okay, but she needs to
She
rest.
needs to rest.
I'll stay up.
She's already been up for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Stay up with me.
You can cuddle with me.
Don't offer that.
I know.
Okay, I will sleep then.
All right.
I guess.
You go ahead and nap. You guys are staying up.
I pick a space kind of near Vax.
Okay. You guys go ahead and make perception checks, both of you.
Yeah.
Prepare to be
wowed.
10.
27.
Okay. Partway into your watch, you do see, whereas there's the very faint, ever-present falling of the Fey lights, you do see, looks to be 2 brighter lights that are kind of traveling together, shifting about a little ways past your sight.
Whack!
What?
Do you see that? Look.
Yeah, fireflies.
Yeah. No.
No.
Well, sort of. Let's just watch them. I don't think we should go out. I think we should let the group rest.
What, the little lights?
No. Your friends. We'll let them sleep unless those things come closer.
Oh.
Yeah. Are they coming closer, or are they keeping the distance?
They're keeping a distance. They don't seem to notice you.
Okay.
Might have heard you. Just don't know about not going.
All right, they come pretty close actually. They start heading in your direction. Do you guys do anything? You just stay quiet. What do you do?
Don't move. I got stealth.
I freeze. In an exotic pose.
25
Make a stealth check with advantage because of the camouflage that she.
Me?
Do I have that camouflage?
Yeah, but.
You already have your crazy bonuses, but yeah, go ahead and take advantage on it.
25.
8.
Ah, balls.
Total of 8.
Mother bitch.
Even with advantage?
A 6 and a 2.
Come on, Grog. Come on.
All right.
Cassie.
Yeah, I would say as
10 at least.
As they kind of drift past, you hear. Which isn't what catches their attention. It's the pause after and Grog uncontrollably laughing. Partially because the intent of Keela staying close to Vax while you guys were resting meant it kind of went in her direction.
I shuffle uncomfortably in my sleep.
That shit.
I don't know why I just had a nightmare.
You watch as 2 of these fluttering points of light can about 10 feet out.
I'm staying stealth.
Stay there for a second and then go darting off into the distance. And
One
vanish.
look and they ran.
We have to talk about your diet.
What?
Your diet. Do you eat any greens at all?
Yeah, like pickled herring, and I've been grabbing
Gonna
stuff
wake
as we
me up.
walk through.
That just happened. He wants to talk diet. He wants to talk about your IPS. And they were lichens.
I shake my. I crawl over to my sister and shake her and say, wake up, wake up.
What?
Don't fly away like I did. Oh, wait, your broom's over there. All right. They are watching us. And they came in close and then they left. So I don't think we're safe anymore. I think we maybe should get
So we
moving.
fucking should get out of here?
Maybe, yeah.
No, we're
Wake
not.
everybody up.
No. Look, we gotta talk to them anyway, right? We're not gonna run.
At least we can prepare ourselves.
How?
Sleeping.
Just keep sleeping.
I wake Percival up.
No.
Percy.
What? Yes.
Hi, Grumpy.
What?
We've been discovered by fairies.
Oh, it's nice.
Get ready to use your charming wiles.
All right.
I'm gonna let Scanlan sleep a little bit more because he looks fucking exhausted.
That's it. You put him back to sleep. Well, you go back to bed then.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine.
What?
Can we, make things look fancy around here so when they all come back, we look like we're ready to talk to them?
I slowly crawl out. I pull out a
We make
piece
it
of
look
parchment.
really pretty.
Sure. I mean, I'm asleep right now, but when I wake up.
Oh.
And I write, "Hello, fairies. We're napping." And I put it on the tree above us. Go back to sleep.
You're just letting Whitey go back to
Do
sleep
not
then?
disturb.
Whitey.
Yeah.
Aren't they called wishers?
You calling him Whitey? That's a good nickname.
Yeah, I think it's apt. Fuck it. I go back to bed. I spoon Keyleth and fall asleep.
All right.
Oh.
Oh.
Intruding.
I'll allow it.
I actually go back to sleep, too.
Back to
What
sleep.
in the
Back to
fuck
sleep.
is going on here?
Sleep.
How is this happening?
Vex, you're the only one awake.
All right, fine. My watch. I'll get up.
I'm gonna sit up and.
I sit up and take
I'm
the
gonna,
watch.
oh, you know what?
My
I'm gonna put out the little gold tea set, and I'm gonna act like we're welcoming them to tea whenever they show up.
Gross.
I will
everywhere.
I will take the watch and I will make some tea. Tea set.
The cups are bigger than they are.
Then they can share.
They're like, oh, you made drowning pots for us all. How lovely.
Disneyland.
It's gonna be a threat.
I never did actually find out what this tea set does.
We're about to find out then, aren't we?
Oh, you know what? And I take out my old wooden music box that I discovered. And
Yes, pull out all of your cursed
Yes.
items, yes.
And I wind it up and make some pretty music.
Okay.
Like a crazy grandma in the woods.
I am joining you for this ridiculous tea
I
party.
like it. Thank
I'm
you.
all right.
All right.
Don't drink out of the teacups because I really think they might be cursed.
Waiting for my
Seriously,
grandchildren
Kirsty,
to arrive.
I know it's appealing to you, but don't get cursed again. All right.
All right. So, you guys prepare your tea. You set up your music box. A couple more hours pass. The rest of you kind of coming to a semblance of a restful sleep. The only ones who didn't get restful sleep on this would be Vex and Percy.
I specifically did not
Barely- I know
join
you-
those conversations.
You barely got in there.
All right.
So
I
you do not
know.
get your spells back, unfortunately. Scaling, you reduce your exhaustion by 1 point.
Oh, I got sleep?
You did, yes.
Yay!
So you're down to only 1 point, which means your speed is no longer half.
Oh, I had 2 points of exhaustion.
Looking good though.
But
I thought it was just one.
You wanted to keep reading.
Hair is shiny, eyes are bright.
Your charisma's up by 2, which means
No, that's
already
already
you already did it. Okay.
All right. At this point, towards the end of this watch here, you see as a cluster of 7 lights now start swarming in your direction.
Oh, good.
Are we awake
No.
at this point?
You're starting to come to as Vex begins to kind of nudge you guys to consciousness.
Spells back.
You do. You get your spells back.
Hey,
What?
Scanlan,
Oi!
sing a happy tune about how much we love fairies.
Oh, sure. I love singing happy tunes. About fairies?
Yeah, like how pretty they are and stuff.
How about I just sing a happy tune?
Sounds good too.
I'll sing a song about myself. The best kind of songs. Cube, glorious cube. You really should try it. If you're in the mood, I won't even hide it. I'll pull down my trousers for any gal or dude. Oh, cube, glorious cube, wonderful cube, magical cube.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
The sounds of your voice, accompanied by the music box playing through the air, as the Wisher Pixies arrive. At least this troop of them come rushing up. You see they're all behind one that appears to have, well, all of them have kind of a slight white with a hint of pinkish glow. There is one that has a deeper purple kind of halo around it. And as they all approach, they stop and the purple one goes up to the paper that was left on the tree.
So, enjoy your nap.
I wasn't quite rested, but it was lovely here.
There is tea. Would you like some tea?
Might have straws.
I am tempted to fashion a couple of my little the thing that I use to pour my molds into just the little sippy cups that can be shared.
All right.
That's so
We've been
cute.
trying to prepare for your coming.
Hello.
Unfortunately, we don't have very much to make it appropriate.
We are aware we need to have a conversation. Good morning.
Yes, we do.
And the other pixies kind of flutter down to the ground. She flutters down as well, and they approach the tea set, kind of.
I say good morning to them in Sylvan.
Ooh la la.
They all kind of look over. And they give like a slight little curtsy bow. You can now have a closer look at them. They're all various kind of lithe young men and women with little, looks like leaf-based or vine-based bits of attire. The one that has the purplish halo is an older one. The whiter hair that's kind of little wild around the face. You can see the wings themselves look a little more tattered and worn. She's probably the respected elder of the troop that's there. As they all kind of step forward, she inspects the tea set and looks up.
So?
I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. You see, we were trying to pass through these woods, and we ran into a band of very big, very mean-looking wolves.
All the pixies at once go, and they pull back, and the purple one says,
"You ran into them."
We did.
Not only did we run into them, but they forced us against our will to attempt to do you harm.
Which, of course, we didn't want to do.
So we thought we would just sort of trick them.
The pixies now at this point are now darting around to each of you. You all now each have a pixie hovering right in front of you, like quickly inspecting your bodies.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
You see now the central one, the one with the purple, is like now
We're on a
the hair
mission.
is backing up.
We're on a mission.
They didn't bite any of us
No,
or
no.
get any of us.
There
We're
was
not
no
infected.
altercation.
They all kind of look around. You see the pixies all kind of turn back, looking okay. And one of them, by grog, turns and goes,
"He's been wounded."
Oh, no.
pointing at his head, and
His cut?
Oh, that was him.
That was.
I cut his eyebrow, and then he fucked himself by trying to smash through the barrier that I assume you created.
Yeah,
at the
don't go through that wall. Bidet.
We're on a mission, though.
A great mission.
If we are to continue this conversation,
Yes.
we need comfort.
Okay.
He is disquieting.
No.
Allow us.
Wait, what are you going to do?
No, no, it's cool. Please, do as you will.
What are we talking about?
Let them feel at ease. Go ahead.
and the older one kind of just glances over at you. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no!
Natural one.
As you grin, you watch as his flesh goes an even duller gray color as his entire body.
No.
It's
It's all right.
Stone.
Is that temporary? Is that going to last?
No. Let us have a conversation.
Okay.
So, you've encountered these beasts.
Yes.
Yes.
And they instructed us to kill you.
No, not
No,
to kill
they
them.
wanted us to hurt you, to
hurt
destroy your circle of stones.
They sent you to come and kill us and destroy our home.
Not to harm you.
Misspoke, not to destroy this circle.
You speak in many words that do not meet as one thought or theory.
Well, you're a bit intimidating.
As the very tiny pixies all kind of look at each other and look at you large folk, and there's a little chuckle under their breath. The older one goes,
We are wise enough to not judge a man or woman by their size. Good sir.
We didn't want to harm you, so we thought if we just made it look to those silly, dumb lichens like we hurt you by throwing paper balls, if you will.
Stop antagonizing the grog statue.
I did just a simple visual spell, and we tried to move on as to not get involved.
We did everything in our power to protect you and to not harm you. If our
If our druid's spell casting frightened you, we apologize, but we didn't know what else to do.
And we have a bog to destroy.
Yes, we're on a very important mission, and we just thought it might be the quickest way to complete.
It's a cancerous tree that we have been sent to destroy.
Honestly, we're scared of both you and the Lycan, and we just want to pass through. We want no harm for you, and unfortunately them either. We just want to walk on out of here.
This is not our fight, you
With
see.
him?
The older one is kind of glancing about, and a couple of the pixies kind of drop next to her and kind of whisper in her ear, and her eyes are still darting amongst them.
Can I understand what they're saying? Can I try and
lip read?
No, they're very, very small. They're very distant.
Damn. Okay.
You have no semblance of.
It's really, really off-putting.
They definitely. It's impressive. The two pixies separate. The elder one kind of crosses her fingers.
If you are those who would deal with such miscreants and foul entities as those woven kin, so much is to give our little hearts a possible scare of death to our homes, in an attempt to escape without but a conversation. This puts us at unease.
But we
do
didn't-
not like being at unease.
Understandable, but we weren't trying to deal with them. In fact, we made no deal with them.
So
we told them we wouldn't make a deal until we spoke with you, but we were scared. We were too scared.
They were trying to exploit our abilities. We were being held against our will. We were threatened with life or death. There was nothing personal.
Their leader is massive. We were scared. This one wet his leg and he's gigantic. We just didn't know what to do.
He was so scared.
She puts her hands up.
Very well. Mistakes are made, and punishments are doled out.
Oh.
So, we shall return to our village. We shall lower the barrier to you, and all shall be fine.
And our gray stone friend?
He is your punishment for your infraction.
Oh,
But we've learned our lessons, and you may go upon.
No, that's see, that doesn't.
How can we buy his freedom? What can we do
her? We've got a tea set. We've got a.
How can we buy his freedom?
There's no freedom to be bought. In these worlds, words and actions speak volumes, and you've crossed our people. Right now, we could take you all as new entries to our garden. We took but one. Be thankful you got off quite as easy. So, the Wisher set you free.
Thanks, Wisher.
It's okay. I can fix it.
What? What do you mean?
A greater restoration, right?
Maybe.
No. She left, right?
No,
That
they're
wasn't
still
in front of her. No, I didn't say that to
Okay.
her.
Okay. Just.
Very well. Good luck on your endeavor.
And now the rest of the pixies gather up around Grog's body, and you watch as they all kind of glow, and his stone form, as heavy as it should be, suddenly becomes.
Wait, no, we need that.
Oh, they're taking him. I cast Earthbind on Grog.
Earthbind?
Yeah, it should ground him.
It does. He and slams into the ground with all the weight of a falling stone Goliath into the dirt. At which point the pixies immediately cross and turn around.
You would cast incantations towards us.
No, I cast it to my friend who is about 12 foot tall and a giant target. Come on, don't make stories up where there aren't any.
Stories, nothing.
What?
He.
You fairies are manifesting these ideas, okay? You are creating a dichotomy that does not exist.
They all gather and begin to whisper to each other, their heads darting around.
Oh, see, look, they're doing it right now.
At this point.
Look.
This displays enough. Your words and your actions speak in different and entirely opposing directions. If you are to continue to throw these words, these deceptions, these lies in our direction, then perhaps we'll take you all for our garden.
I wouldn't advise that. I think that's a very poor idea.
Let us take him, and you move on with your lesson.
and the pixies go and pick them up once more.
Wouldn't you rather have a song? Wouldn't you rather have, something? How often do you get a performance?
They're drifting away with.
I cast Hex on the main pixie.
You do.
I do.
That's it. It's on. I call out to the main pixie. Wait. What's your name?
At this point, you guys watch as the shadow all of a sudden darts up from the ground and clings around the pixie. She whips around, at which point you now hear another as the stone grog slams into the ground, all the pixies scattering around.
See, that is what it looks like when an incantation is targeted at you.
It's not very nice, is it?
You now watch as all of the various, very, very gently falling fairy lights begin to and be absorbed by the pixies of the forest as their glows intensify, the purple halo growing, and you see the central elder figure of the Wisher Pixies say,
Well, at least our allegiances now lie bare.
I need you all to roll initiative.
You quickly.
It's one action. It's one fucking action. I just looked it up for that reason. That's not good. That's not a good initiative at all.
Natural 20 on an initiative. I don't know what I can do to them.
27.
I notoriously roll terrible on my initiative.
How many are there?
A gajillion.
A lot, but they die quick.
Are they gonna form like a
Voltron?
A Voltron.
Yes, that's
giant.
exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
I feel like it'd be easier to
Very
hit if it
Voltron.
was a giant Voltron.
What's the
Fuck
best
me,
check?
what's
To,
the-
Oh, that angle is not going to be kind to those trees.
I know.
what's the best check to give him?
Bye, guys.
There he goes.
Oh no.
What do you mean?
That's
I
one
can give
down.
him disadvantage on
I know.
I'm not here anyway.
Yeah,
Maybe-
so
well,
wisdom or
like he has-
intelligence?
Disadvantage on.
Ugh, the werewolves were honorable. These guys are assholes.
Yeah, I know.
I feel
These
better
guys are
about
dicks.
killing them.
Me too, they're dicks.
Yeah.
Thank
They were gonna take Grogs.
They were trying to take
We need
Rob.
Hoggle and
Fucking
his
assholes.
poison spray.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I feel like we were very,
We did the best
reasonable considering how unreasonable we normally are.
We were put in between a rock and a hard place,
Exactly.
And a hard grog.
and we had no choice. Really, it was a bad
Turn to
bad
stone right
situation.
there.
That's right.
You was behind Trinket.
You needed to see blood, man. Just needed blood.
Percival. Grog is on the ground. Oh, he is on the ground.
Yes, he is.
He's stoned.
And there is
I'm stoned.
there. There.
You know, if Grog is permanently corrupted, we know that we can download a fresh one from Backblaze.com.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That was too good.
I just couldn't let it go. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't let it go.
Oh, no.
Couldn't let it go.
Alrighty. So.
It was not my fault this time.
Oh.
It was a mild combination. I might have
We
contributed.
should have
but-
fought the fucking werewolves.
Yeah, we should have, but we didn't, because we're idiots.
Nicer
Alright.
guys.
So, initiative order, guys. We have 25 to 20.
27.
27 as well. With a natural 20. Oh, no.
21 for me.
Ooh.
We are some fast motherfuckers. So are they.
I got sleep.
All right. So it's now 20 to 15.
These fairies are so spread out. I thought they would all be together since they fucking.
They're
As soon as they
fast.
dropped him, they fanned out after their whispering.
Asshole.
We were trying really hard not to shoot first.
15 to 10.
13.
10 to 5. And Grog is stone. Sorry, buddy.
That's a 0.
Alrighty.
First, bud. Coming for you first.
Alrighty. Top of the round. Percy and Vex, you're up first.
Where's the one that I hexed?
One that you hexed, which actually I will mark here. Looking overhead, you can see is the one with the brighter, kind of vibrant glow right there. That is currently the one. So marking that as the hex right there. There you go.
I think they're really hard to hit because they're small.
Okay, I'm gonna probably.
I think they're gonna be hard to
I'm
hit.
gonna move
because
over
they're
to
fucking
my
fairies.
left.
Okay. Here?
Yeah.
A little bit more. I want to line them up in a cone, so if I can get as many in a cone as I can.
Okay. Do we have the cone templates?
By me right now.
It's a 60-foot cone there
Oh,
that I have.
It's a big cone.
It's a big
It's a
cone.
very big cone. Oh,
What about just a comb? Do we have
And
a
I
comb?
want to. Do we have a comb? I want to
We have
cast Hunter's
found
Mark
shit.
on the shiny one that he hexed as well.
Hunter's mark on that one as well.
Double. They're weak, you guys.
He's dead, Garrett.
Milk jug rings, take them out.
Thank you, Seth. Appreciate that. So, 60-foot cone.
60-foot cone.
You can get 4 of them into
Where
it.
they're.
That gets the
Oh, see what you can do.
Mamba Jamba.
It does.
Okay, good. That's what I want.
What we don't want to do
Alrighty, so.
is spread out too much and get fucked.
Is to spread out the problem? Is what if they hit us with a
Can they do that? What
Which
can they
really
do?
this is
Conjure Barrage.
Conjure Barrage. Alrighty. So, says each creature make dexterity saving throw.
Yes.
Alrighty. So,
It's a 15 for me.
that's a success. 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 18, 19, 19, and 16. All succeed.
So they take half. So
They do.
3d8 take like halved.
Half damage. So roll damage half. Grogstone form takes full damage.
Oh,
I wasn't there.
sorry.
God.
15 halved.
Okay.
And then plus Hunter's Mark damage on the.
On the one. So go ahead and roll for that one.
That I got 3 on that.
Okay.
Don't forget to trinket.
Little 10 damage to that
I
one.
did a bone. Oh, that's one action, isn't it?
Is it an action? Snack.
I think
it's an
casting a
action
spell
cast,
is.
Oh yeah.
So I can't use Trinket yet. No. Because I already did something.
Correct.
Okay.
Alrighty. So as everyone gathers up, immediately as the fight begins, you can see as Vex goes ahead and puts a hunter's mark on the purple glowing one of the pixies, and then pulls out an arrow, releases it, and it scatters into a blast of various shards of sharpened wood, metal, and stone that goes just shooting into the nearby trees. You can see the bark of the nearby tree trunks just being, covered with various bits of ranger shrapnel as most of the pixies try and avoid, but mostly getting blasted with some semblance of impact. That's gonna end your turn unless you want to move some more.
I want to duck behind that tree like it's going to do anything.
Okay.
How many points of damage was that?
That was to you, to your stone form. That was 15.
15.
Yes. From the blast of the impact, you can see parts of the stone get kind of roughed a little bit at certain points. I
can break.
You can break.
Statues can break. And that's bad.
That's super bad.
Somebody lost an arm that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Okay. That finished it. Do you want Trinket to move at all? Is it...
Trinket runs and stands next to Keyleth.
All right. Got it. All right, cool. That brings us to Percy. Same time.
Taking a shot with retort at with the little pistol at the fucker I've marked.
Okay.
That's.
Oh my god.
Oof, dear God Almighty, 16 to hit.
16 does not hit.
All right.
Just
good
try and
to know.
shoot this tiny little glowing thing. It kind of just darts out of the way, and the bullet goes wide.
Oh,
Shoot
man.
again.
It's terrible.
That's better. 25.
That does hit.
Okay. That's hello. Where am I? It has been way too long since I've done this, and it's making me a little nervous. There we are. That's 5. That's 11 points of damage, piercing damage.
Okay.
With and some necro, and that's with 3 points of necro in there.
In there already? All right, cool. All right, so that's your second attack. This time, you do see as it moves out of the way, you compensate for it and fire. This time you see the purple glow kind of flicker as it takes an impact and kind of recaptures itself into its original position.
And I'm going to take one more shot at it with remind me if I can do this. A dead eye with a sharpshooter.
Dead eye sharpshooter, you can do that. Yeah.
All right, dead eye sharpshooter. Thank God. This is just sucking. Oh my fucking god. I miss.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah.
No.
You don't
Not
misfire.
that bad?
All right, so after the second shot hits, you go ahead and fire, trying to compensate a third time, but the pixie actually stays in position and your fire goes wide once more.
All right. And now I'm diving behind that tree. The bottom right. Heading that way. Yeah.
Cool. Fuck. Then it's your turn. The purple pixie leader, the
Oh God,
mystic
this
that
is
you
gonna
were
be so
mentioned
bad.
before, now angrily comes fluttering forward as you both have vanished. Seeing this whole circumstance is going to, from this position, look towards you at the very front, Vax. Yeah. It's going to begins reciting under its breath.
Oh no.
I'll do counterspell at level 6.
Oh, Snappercut.
Did you just say Snappercut?
Snappercut.
me.
Alrighty. So that
like
brings
a
it
fucking
to. Spell, which is.
Just.
Rolling so poorly.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
It's alright, my kid's 11. 4 years
Right.
days, my kid.
Yeah. So as you as you cast your counter spell, you mark off your 6th level spell, it finishes its incantation. As it does, a bit of arcane energy sprays forth from its fingertips and just dissipates around it.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh shit.
Ah. Out of camera view.
One of the cameras.
All right, Scanlan, you're up.
They're so far, and I don't know what they can do. Probably a lot. I'll
So can you.
I'll make it. I'll step towards that tree in front of me, in front of the bear and the girl.
As far as you can get.
And that cluster of the pixies over there, I'll see if I can get 3 of them in a fireball.
Okay.
Nice.
Alrighty.
If I can, the leader and the ones closest to the leader, but I don't know if I'm within range.
Okay. Are you just using a single charge for it?
Oh yeah, I have lots of charges, don't I?
How many came back? How many came back? You have to roll for the last couple times you've gotten forward.
I haven't used them in a long time.
Yeah, that's true, actually. So,
I'll use 2.
so it's now a
4th level spell, right?
4th level
Is that
fireball.
right? So it's 9d6.
Okay.
Range is
amazing
150 feet.
wand.
The radius is 20 feet.
All right. As you pull out the wand and release it, one of the nearby pixies. Damn it.
Oh my god.
No!
Assholes.
Wait, they can do that to
Sweet retribution.
Oh my god. Other people can count.
Oh wow.
It's not, is it a spell?
Passive
It acts as a
aggressive
spell, as a-
dungeon master.
I know.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh.
So the wand once again sputters out as well.
Oh no.
Like a check type circumstance.
It's dead or just that it still might work after that?
Well, it might still work after that. But
Okay.
that one use
That
of the
one
wand
use.
is.
Okay.
Fucking counterspell, you.
I'll use the rest of my action if I can. Can I move anymore, or am I all moved
That's
up?
the end of your movement.
Okay, well then I'll.
Every bonus though.
I'll inspire Keyleth. I'll turn to her and say, "It's been a hard phase night, and you gotta unfreeze Grog. Hard phase night, because we've been fighting like a dog." Oh, yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Scanlan's turn? All right. It is now the pixie's turn.
Oh no, oh
So
no, oh
this
no.
one off to this
Damn it,
side.
Bobby.
They're all super magic, super duper magic.
Actually, it's going to stay here. And it's going to, before it moves.
Damn it.
Yeah, that's you're within range. If I could have Keyleth
No.
go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
This is my bailiwick, yo.
You also have a.
And I have an inspiration die.
Arcane
What's up? Ooh, I don't think I'm gonna need it though. 28.
28, yeah. No effect on you whatsoever.
Yeah.
The pixie then.
You even lift, bro.
You even lip, bro? Come at me, bro.
That's as far as we get there.
Got the John Cena going on.
Let's see.
Can't see me.
This one over here. Seeing.
So fucked. Oh,
John
as it kind of flutters by. After seeing you attempt to cast a spell, Scanlan, I need you to go and make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy. Advantage against magic.
Magic in general?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm looking at
from.
That's something.
Yeah. Advantage versus magic on his saving throw.
From what though?
This conversation was.
Bard shit.
No, Warcaster's advantage on concentration checks to maintain.
No, it's not Warcaster. It's something else. I get
It is. Yeah. I mean, like it's on his sheet, which means he found it somewhere.
And it's typed. It's typed up. It's not written. It's
I probably didn't get it anyway, actually. Both rolls were shitty, and I only rolled a total of 5 on the better one.
Oh,
Oh God.
what are we doing?
So as the pixie darts to the side, it mutters something underneath it and raises its hands up. Scanlan, all of a sudden your body shimmers for a second, and you guys watch as the already small gnome becomes even smaller.
We're gonna die.
It is now a
Yeah, we're
badger.
gonna die.
He's so
I'm a what?
small.
I'm a what?
Now a badger.
That's not bad.
It then continues its movement over here
Oh God.
by the side of the tree.
That's right. They're polymorph because
This one here.
Gnome cunning, Matt.
Yeah, I tried to be a
Gnome
diplomatic.
cunning.
Oh, that's right. Okay, there you go. So
I'm not out.
and gnome cunning gives you
A
advantage.
lot of good it did you.
Why'd you do that?
Because I.
That's Scanlan's bag, man.
Yeah, but I thought we were all. Never mind. Thought we were all.
We
trying
would
to
be, we would
polite.
be getting our asses kicked by a group of werewolves right now.
People-
that is like,
people were-
it would not
people
it
were
would not be
preparing
fun.
tea.
Either way.
There's no
You were
fun way
making
out of this.
tea. You were being cordial. I was trying to be disarming.
He's doing his best.
Next time, everything dies.
This is our punishment
Yeah,
for
so intelligence,
you
wisdom, and charisma saving throws. That's how it works.
Trying to settle this amicably.
There's intelligence, wisdom, or charisma.
Yeah, that was wisdom. So yeah.
So you're fine. Universal, so like strength save, that doesn't help against any of those.
It's just saves against magic for those three
Those
things.
three.
Yeah.
So that's all right, cool. This other one here, glancing over and
No.
seeing you there is going to go ahead and now look towards you and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh God.
At advantage. Good. I got a 19.
19. You have advantage from
being a half elf. Oh, it's not charm, is it?
Charm.
Then the first one was shitty. 10 or 11 or something like that, around there.
You are a kitty cat.
Oh.
No.
Keelan?
It's fucking Muppet
luck
Babies
to
right
get my
now.
second roll. I have luck left.
One luck.
Two luck
Doing
left
what?
after sleeping.
Am I still bringing grog?
Yeah, technically. So
Okay, well the second
no,
one was a 17.
You are not saving grog anymore.
Thousands of badgers.
Plus 2
No, you're a
wisdom
badger.
would get
Okay.
a 19.
all right.
I'm still just.
So you're not a kitty cat. You're not a kitty cat.
I really
Okay.
would
What
like
happened?
to be a kitty cat.
What happened?
He got turned
Use
into a
this
cat.
I asked if I
Use
could
luck.
use one of my
Used
lucks
luck.
instead.
Which is fine. So
So wait, he's
no
not a
kitty
kitty
cat for
cat?
you.
He's not a kitty cat. You're a badger.
In my
You're a
heart,
badger.
I am a kitty cat.
Behind there.
Lord.
Grog is stone.
Statuary.
I mean, there's
fine.
worse
I'm
things than
safe.
being a kitten.
There are.
This one over here. Going to go ahead and lean towards you, Keyleth. I need you to make another wisdom saving.
Already?
Jeez, these things are.
Come on, come at me, bro.
Yeah, dude, they're baller.
No, it's cool. I got this. I'm
Pixies.
We should have all been pixies from the beginning.
big guy. Ooh, okay, okay,
Well, they're
yeah.
first out,
Sorry. For 27.
27. Never roll low on those wisdom saving throws. It's really frustrating. All right.
Wise as
That's
fuck.
fine.
I'm not a
That
kitty
ends
cat.
those
I'm
turns
a
there.
Woman.
Alrighty.
FL.
Now it comes to Vax.
Click go the boots. I'm gonna run like 12 squares and squat down just north of Grog.
You shit on me.
I'm not going to shit on you
There?
right now. No, I think I can make it all the way around to the other side of Grog, and I'm gonna dagger at Queen of the Pixies there.
Right there?
Yep.
Okay, go for it.
1, 2, 3. Okay, first is shit. Second is a natural 20.
Ho
And the third is a 18.
Okay, second 2 hit.
All right. So the first one.
Putting the critical.
Yeah, but it's not an.
Not sneak attack, so it's not a
fancy,
huge deal.
Oh, right. That's the weakness of the rogue. Where's my pyramid? There it is. So the first one, which the critical is big 11 for the first one on a critical, and the second one is, and I'll put poison on it as well, is 7 for the damage, and it's a DC of 15 for poison.
Poison. It does not succeed. It is.
That's 2d10. 9, 14 poison.
Nice.
Nice. All right. So now the mystic, the central pixie is just it's, like, it's fluttering, but it's not looking amazing. All right. So that ends your turn.
Yeah.
Alrighty. That brings us to Keyleth.
Small
Okay.
dagger.
Here's my
Gone in
question.
that cave, man. We shouldn't have gone in that cave.
Can I dash and go a little bit further and still do an action and lose a bonus action? No, it's either like run or nothing.
A dash is an action,
A dash is.
meaning you move, and then your dash to move more is your action. So you would not do it.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and start making my way towards Grog. I'm gonna do the 30 feet towards him.
Okay.
Do I see the fairy leader?
You see her with like a little bit of cover.
I'm gonna go ahead and blow my 6th level spell. I'm gonna cast Sunbeam and Sunbeam her in the face.
Does that go through her?
One on the other side.
That would
Oh,
also.
does it go through to the one on the other side behind her?
No, it would go this direction. She's right here.
Oh no! Oh,
and it would
sorry.
be- and it
I
would
was
be
looking at the one, the red one.
This one right here is.
No, closer to me. Closer to me.
That one?
No, the one close over here. Oh, I don't have the fucking pointer.
It's Grog.
Who's
That's
got a
Grog.
laser
The
pointer?
red thing near you is Grog.
That's not the red
No,
thing.
not that fucking red. This one. This one. That. Yes, that one.
And the one behind it.
Jesus, and the one
Okay.
behind it.
You can. All right. So, as you go ahead and
Should not
muster
have
your
been hard.
sunbeam, the leader, who has not used her reaction yet, is going to attempt to counter that.
No.
6th level though, so there's an auto counter.
No,
She has to roll for it.
There's a contested thing.
Fucking bitch.
So 6th level.
I said, bitch. I was trying to be nice to you, fairies.
10 plus 12 has this DC of 16. That is a 19.
No, it's not.
It is a 19, unfortunately.
God damn it! That was a 6th level spell.
No.
The grace and poise of the
So
Ashari.
as you begin to
terrible
muster your
flip.
sunbeam, the currently like wounded, poisoned.
Shut up! You did not. What?
hold on,
So
let me-
nothing?
Let me check one thing real fast.
Do I have to
As
roll?
attack rolls and ability checks, because she's poisoned, she has disadvantage. I have to roll again for it.
That's right, she does. Come on, come on, come on.
A natural 20.
No way.
Yeah.
That is just shit.
So it still counters it. So you go to create the sunbeam. The light begins to build up into the middle of your grasp as you're about to unleash it, and she darts out from behind the side of the tree and goes ha, and unleashes a torrent of arcane energy that just like it feels like a gust of warm wind hits and just scatters the sunbeam from your grasp. The spell lost.
Umbersill in the can. Fairies.
Fucking fairies. You guys are supposed to have good parades. No.
All right, that's the end of your turn, Caleb.
I'm ready.
All right, Garmelie turns invisible.
Well, of course he does.
Fucking
Don't they want to
bullshit.
counterspell that?
Oh no! He took out a tree while he
Tree
was
kills
and
trinket.
cats.
That's fine. Yeah, we gotta find a way to fix the glare on the mat without the angle flowing forward. It's all good. All right, top of the round, Percy and Vex. You guys are up.
You first, or?
You go.
Okay. From my vantage point, I'm going to sit down, take out bad news, and I'm going to take another Deadeye sharpshooter with bad news at the big fat motherfucker on the tree.
As of right now, technically, you have no sight on her.
I don't?
You are way back there, and she is completely behind the tree.
Can I take a step out to the left and as long as she has less than 3/4 cover, I'm okay. Like I've got.
Right. So you would have to move.
She's tiny.
Like she's very tiny
Yeah.
on a tree that's probably like a 5 foot or more thick
Okay.
thing. So
How
based
far do I
on
have
her
to move?
size, as part of her advantage in using these trees for her, is you'd have to get like over here.
Right
so
now?
You can see her.
Okay. So I'll move to my right a little bit then.
Okay.
Maybe.
And I will shoot that fucker that's right in front of me.
All right.
With
this one?
Yep, sharpshooter, and with my Deadeye.
Go for it.
Boom, boom.
No, okay, let's do this. Come on.
Oh! That's a natural 20. I don't think I'll be. Yeah, I'll just let that. Oh, that makes the grit go away anyway. Look at that. That's so nice. So that's.
Fucking golden snitch.
I actually wasn't the golden snitch.
It was this turquoise thing.
It was
Yeah,
a little blue
it's a
one.
different guy.
I was just feeling. I was feeling like they had something on me.
Doesn't matter. That die is going in the
Okay, so this is double the dice.
Yeah, well, you roll the dice and then double that.
The dice, double it, and then add everything. Lordy, this is just gonna be. This is gonna be disintegration. 6, 12, 22, 28 points of damage.
28 points of piercing damage?
Yep.
To that one, alrighty. That's adding the sharpshooter?
Yeah. Oh, 16. Yeah, I rolled really low.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you take the shot, the blast echoing throughout the trees and the tree line. You watch as the pixie takes the slug and actually like gets thrown to the ground and then flutters back up, barely.
Flutters back up barely?
Yeah. It was undamaged before.
Nothing fancy, just hitting it again.
All
right. That's a 23.
That'll hit. Go roll
All right.
damage.
That's better. 18, 24 points of damage.
24 points of damage.
Damn. Hey, we killed something.
You hear this horrible high pitch as the light is scattered by a burst of what looks like a tiny blood spray and dust and smoke.
I call out 1 and back out behind the tree.
Okay.
Out of how many?
All right, Vex.
Okay. I'm going to. Can I? Do I have a sight on? If I step out from behind the tree, do I have a sight on the big one, the purple one?
You do have a sight on the big one, yes.
Okay.
It'll get cover bonuses
Trying to
because it
get
is
a
kind of.
frog.
You have to get kind of over here to see it.
Can I walk over that there then?
Yeah.
For restoration,
Okay.
yeah.
I walk to there. Okay, I want to use my longbow, like the Sky Sentinel.
Okay.
Attack it.
Okay. So you initiate the bow, pull back the arrow, and release as it splits into 3 different arrows.
Natural 20.
I'm looking at it.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Defying statistics, one roll at a time.
12
We
plus
are chaos theory.
12, 24.
Okay, 24. Wait, 12 plus 12, 24? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the second one hits.
And then 22 on the third.
All 3 hit. Even with. Even with all the 3/4 cover. The last one just barely hits. So go ahead and roll damage on all 3.
Kill them. Kill them all. Kill them all.
20 on the first hit. No, times. Oh shit! You doubled the dice.
Double the dice.
6. That's 12.
That's 6 to what you were saying originally.
I don't know
You
what I
said
was saying.
20, so it'd be 26 if you're doubling that die.
26 plus another 5, so 31 on the first hit.
31 on the first hit, okay.
16, 17 on the second.
All right.
17 plus 5 is 22 on the third.
You watch as the purple light gets stapled to a tree in the back. You watch as an arrow hits her and carries her, and then she tries to pull herself off of the arrow as it's holding her against the distant tree, and then just goes limp against it, and the light slowly fades.
Oh, so I shout out. 2! Your leader's dead! You want to still fight us?
You've got 2 more squares of movement if you want to use them.
I move towards the tree.
This way or this way?
That way.
This way.
Ding, ding.
Alrighty. That ends your turn. It would be her turn, but she just got stapled to a tree. Scanlan, you're up. which actually,
build a dam.
Yeah, you're a beaver.
No, she didn't turn you into that. One of the other ones did, I believe. Yeah, so you're still.
Do I make a save
Actually,
or no?
the one I killed turned him.
You're right. So
Boom.
Yay! Wait, you
Scanlan
want me to
has
help?
dropped beaver form.
Oh my god, I was not expecting
to
that.
call?
And therefore have no idea what I'll do.
Just be a dick. Just go in there.
Where? So there's pixies everywhere.
You
one
can
right behind
only
you. Actually,
really
not a bad
see one of them right now. Yeah, this one's supposed to be there.
Which one? Can you?
You can see that one over there.
Is there one
Is that a good
behind me?
idea?
You can't see one that I can see actually. There's one around the tree.
Yeah, there's
Oh, sorry, it's two. You can see that one there.
I'll
Yeah.
help him first, but yeah.
As a bonus.
I can do that, yeah.
Possibly turn on this though.
Possibly.
What are you doing, Scanlan?
I wasn't expecting to move. Let's say that I will. I can't see the leader, right?
Leader's
dead. You know you can't see the leader. She's fucking dead, yo.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well
She's
then.
pixie dust.
Okay. I'll. Shit. I'm not ready for this.
All ready for it?
Okay. It's all shit. Okay. I'll turn around and let's just hope it works this time. I will.
Wow.
Sorry,
this is
Matt.
the longest I've
I
ever
don't
seen
know.
one.
I wasn't expecting to move. How close am I to that one near the tree? Can I move to
Right here?
Improvise, motherfucker.
This one or this one? Oh, this one there. You were.
Which one's the closest one to me, and how close?
This
are
one's
they?
closest to you, and it's 20 feet from you.
Okay, I'm gonna run to it, her, it, whatever.
All right.
Because I don't think they can. Well, maybe they can counterspell this, but I'll do a thunder wave.
You do a thunder wave?
Yeah.
Okay.
At level 2.
That one is going to attempt a counterspell.
You can do that.
Each one of them gets a counterspell, and that one's not done it yet. Marks off that one there.
I do have a sword. Shit, I'm the worst at this.
So yeah, as you rush up and begin casting, it sees you rushing up, and its eyes go wide for a second as it instinctually puts its hands out, and the thunder wave goes and falls flat before you.
Shit, I'm the worst at this.
It's gonna be a beaver again.
I am gonna be a beaver again. Then that's it. That's all I
I thought
can
he was
do.
a honey badger.
Yeah, there's a badger.
He gave a shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Angry badger.
I will. Who's alive still? I'll inspire.
We're all alive.
I'll inspire. I'll inspire. Shit, I'm failing.
I've never seen this before.
I'm not ready.
He's broken. It's stealing all of his
Inspire
energy.
back. Inspire back. Inspire back.
I'll inspire Vex. I'll inspire
Which one?
the girl.
The guy.
I don't want to inspire him. I want to
Okay,
inspire her.
That's Vex, that's Vex.
Vex, the girl. Yeah, and I'll just. Yeah. I'll say. Vex is natural, Vex is fun. Vex is good when she's one-on-one.
So I was next to go,
Thank
but
you.
it's still good.
Thank you.
I don't know, I was a badger! I don't know what's been going on.
Alrighty, that completes your turn. You can take your inspiration dice.
All right.
Now the pixies run. This one over here, at this distance, is glancing over and sees, saw its leader get thrashed off to the side after having a series of daggers thrown into it. You attempted to cast the giant beam at that one in the distance as well, though, so I'm gonna say it's gonna go for you. Keyleth, I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
What? Why that one?
You still got.
I do still have my inspiration, that's true.
This ain't gonna be no thing. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be a.
Natural 20! My voice just cracked,
Ow.
but it's a natural 20!
Yeah.
That's true.
Isn't it hilarious that you all
It
at work
is.
tomorrow?
It is.
I trust.
No,
I
I
trust.
have a recording.
It-
I don't know. I
do.
feel like we have
It
to
actually
say
rolled when you moved the
when
paper.
you moved the paper, you rolled
No,
it.
Someone
you
did whatever it was.
But it.
Okay,
roll
well,
it again.
roll it again.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's okay.
We
It's
both
okay.
when
saw
I
it.
revealed it, it was a 20. That's
That's
know,
okay,
it's
that's
just
okay, that's okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and do inspiration though, just for safe measure. That's good. So 20 total now.
20 total. Okay.
Total.
Okay.
That's still exciting.
You, as it reaches out towards you, you feel like your physical body all of a sudden begins to tighten, and you flex, and it regains its composure. No effect.
And I just give her like
Goes ahead and
from the corner,
behind there.
from the side.
Angled.
She's learning.
This one here is going to dart past, and as it does from tree to tree, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit.
Straight at 15. Fuck it, I'll use luck. I got one more. Another 15.
15 total?
Yeah.
All right, you are currently restrained as your body tightens up and you're unable to move, shift, take any actions.
Did you go too?
I was about to, but not anymore.
Are you petrified too?
I don't know what
restrained.
This one darts past.
Paralysis?
Did he get turned to stone?
His body's beginning to turn to stone right
shit.
now. He's like, your muscles are beginning to tense up. As this one darts past, is going to attempt to. I need you to make another Constitution saving throw, Keyleth, as it watched it fade from the last one.
I don't have any inspiration left. Natural 20! This is a real one this time! A real one!
What is the deal? Weird.
It's there.
We're gone for 1 week. You guys can save these for like throughout the campaign. It's just a pixie fight.
It's a really
there.
Pixie fight.
These are nasty in their strengths.
Yeah.
And they're not very strong in a lot of things, but the few things they have are pretty good.
No, we know. We're still terrified.
Good.
We're very scared.
We're very scared.
Well, you resist your second attempt at being petrified.
And yet again.
Am I restrained or am I slowed?
You're restrained, which
So I
means you
can't
can't
do
move. The actual attacks against you have advantage.
How does that do with
Your
haste?
attacks have disadvantage.
So I can still do stuff?
Correct.
Okay.
You're just at a.
What does freezing up and haste do mixed together? Anything? Cancel out?
No, it doesn't cancel out. It just means that you have disadvantage on all of your attacks.
Okay, so I'm still fast.
Your speed is 0.
I'm not
you
good
can't
at aiming.
You can't move.
Can't move at all.
You're stuck in place.
Do I have a third attack?
You do have a third attack, but
Okay.
it's at a
Confusing. Very confusing.
And it's all good.
Feywild, man.
You're fast and slow.
Yeah.
Actually, it would have been
hot and cold.
All right, and then this guy here is going to go ahead and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Yes.
Little me?
As it peeks around the tree of its current position.
You get one, and you get one, and I'm gonna fail.
You got some inspiration, lady.
I got inspiration!
Good.
21.
21. You resist the effect.
I was right to.
That was clutch.
Fuck yes.
Otherwise,
Well, someone's got to live.
Tell the tale. The death and end of Vox Machina to little people.
This one now darts over
falling off
here.
there was.
One more there. This
How
cluster
many
over
more
on that.
pixies are there?
That was the last one going on its turn.
4.
Vax, you're up.
I'm going to dagger the pixie in front of Scanlan, so I should get sneak it. I don't have advantage, so I don't get sneak attack, do
Correct.
I? It's 3 attacks. All right. First one is shit. 19.
With disadvantage?
Yeah.
Hits.
All right. Second one is a 19.
Hits.
And the last one is a 14 or 15.
Misses.
Okay, so
2 hits.
Yeah, whatever.
Hey, that's
11
great.
and 8. 19 total.
19 total?
Can you
All right,
poison
nice and
damage it?
No, that's once.
All
once
right,
a day.
that one's looking pretty rough right now, actually.
And I say,
At the end of your turn, I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
Come on.
come on. No,
Kid, do you have any more luck?
no. Used it all up. I didn't cross it off. 2.
Vax now turns to a solid stone statue, frozen in place.
Yes.
2 members of your
next to
party
Grog.
are now turned to stone. All right,
God
that
damn
brings us to Keyleth's turn.
Not like.
Okay, well, I'm gonna continue my 2 steps towards Grog since he was my first destination. And do greater restoration on
Yes.
him.
Okay.
Zoom, and unpetrify him.
Okay. What level is that spell?
5th. Fucking 5th.
I'm going to use a bonus action to go to the bathroom. Oh, nope. I'm going to take a secret passage.
Okay, 5th level.
Yes.
Okay. Only one of them has a counter spell left, and it's going to attempt it on that. But since it is at 5th level, which mark that off, it does still have to roll against it. So DC is 10 plus 5, so DC is 15.
If they make this, it's bad news.
It's an 18.
Are they poisoned or anything?
They made it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they made it.
Yeah. So 15 plus 3, sorry. So as
They
you
have
go...
to make 15?
I had to beat a 15, yeah.
He made 18.
Not like my spell save DC or
That's
anything
not how
like
it works
that?
for counterspell.
Fuck.
The good news is they're out of counterspells. It's no more.
Well, fucking fantastic now that I've burnt through 2 of my top level ones. I don't have shit,
So
do
you reach
I?
forward and grab Grog, and you see the pulse of energy, and it just dissipates. And you look over at the edge of the tree, and you see one of the pixies darting behind, and goes and disappears behind the trunk.
No.
That ends your turn. Back to the top. Percy and Vex.
I'll go. Do you want to go first?
No, you go first.
Okay, I'll go first. I've got.
Wait, I wanted to do something on a bonus action. I
Okay.
did want to do something on a bonus action.
What do you want to do?
Do it.
Can I kind of like just alter self my throat and go oh and give a wolf howl?
Sure, make a performance check.
Yes.
Calling for the fucking
Yes,
werewolf?
call for
Yes,
the
I'm calling for the
lichens.
lichens. Ooh, that's good. 23.
Okay, good to know. You howl out into the woods. Ends your turn. Percy, Vex.
I'm gonna flip around and just take a shot at that jerk right there.
Go for it.
With the retort pistol, not the bad news. Just standard shot. That's a 31 to hit.
That hits.
That hits, and that's 14 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That one is spattered by the impact. You see the chunks of it hit the tree behind, and you see a wing kind of right in front of you, Scanlan.
Brutal.
I reload. I flip around the other side of the tree.
Over this side here?
Over this side, so I can get a good vantage point on that one that thinks it's hiding right over there.
Alrighty.
I use my bonus action to cast Hex on him.
Oh, to carry it over?
Yep, to carry it over.
Okay.
And I take a shot at him. That's that's 22 to hit.
22 hits.
That's
You're still frozen.
Oh, let it go.
10 points of damage.
10 points of damage.
3 necrotic.
Alrighty. You get shot. The impact actually hits the tree next to it, but then it splinters and hits it. Takes some damage, but not a whole lot.
All right, I'm going to burn an action surge.
All right.
And take 3 more shots at it.
You can do that. Because yeah, you're ignoring the cover because of your sharpshooter feat. So go
And
for it.
I'm gonna roll a sharpshooter for that one as well. Which is great because I rolled a 2 and a natural 20. So that's
Golden snitch, man.
natural 20 with sharpshooter. Okay, and now that's
Come on,
that
big
also
money.
means that I lose that grit. Okay.
Come on, big money, no whammies. Come
No
on,
whammies.
come on.
This is gonna be
come
great.
on.
This is gonna be great. That's great.
Oh,
Okay.
that is good.
10, 20, 30, 36 points of damage.
Fuck you,
Yes.
Barry.
So how many
God
fairies are left? 2
damn
fairies
it,
left?
fucking-
You have currently 2 fairies
I don't
left.
see them on the
3
board
fairies.
from where I am.
No, you don't see them. They're hidden.
I'm taking
behind trees.
I'm taking 2 more steps, and I'm getting that next fairy that thinks he can fucking hide from me.
There are 2 behind this tree and 1 behind.
One
this
behind that tree. I'm taking 1 more step out so I can see him.
Okay.
Actually, I have pretty good sight, don't
I
I?
think Vex would be able to see him. She's got
From
pretty
there,
good
you can still see him. Yeah.
Got 2 more shots. I'm gonna do the same thing with the sharpshooter Deadeye combo.
All right.
No, oh, that's right. No more. I can't get Hex till the next round though.
Yep.
14 was still the highest. 27 to hit.
Hits. Damage on that one.
That's 16 points of damage.
16 points of damage. Got it.
Hitting him in the-
The pixie gets hit and kind of like holds itself against the tree. Its wings stop fluttering. It looks over where the impact came from and looks over and kind of stares down at you.
Another shot at him.
Go for it.
Same deal.
I can spot him now because I can see where Percy's shooting at, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
28.
It's.
Motherfucker.
28.
8 points of damage.
Okay. it gets another hit. This one impacts just near it and kind of clips one of its wings. It's still holding in there.
I dive back around the tree and that's the end of my turn.
All right.
I can see where was it that he was shooting at?
Over this way.
Can Trinket reach it, or
Trinket can try. Trinket's not gonna be able to get
he's
there.
not gonna be able to get there? Then I'm gonna attack it. Can I attack it from where I am?
Currently have no way of seeing it right now unless you move far enough that direction. You may.
Can I? I'm gonna try to.
You're gonna try?
get into
All right. That's as far as you can get. I would say it has 3/4 cover, so yes, you can attack it.
Disadvantage.
No, but it gets +5 to its AC.
Oh, okay.
Hard
I'm going to attack it.
So you go. First attack.
23.
23 hits.
Okay. And I'm gonna attack it again with my blazing bowstring.
Okay.
26.
That hits.
Damn, girl.
Oh, can I move my hunter's mark over?
iSquint says no.
Sure.
Oh.
Because it's bonus action, you would have done it.
Thanks, man. Okay. 7 plus 7, 14, 15, 16. 22 on the first hit.
22 on the first hit.
18.
Dice.
18 plus 6 is 24 on the second hit.
All right. Off to the side, one arrow actually grabs it by the shoulder and hits it against the tree there. And as it tries to pull the arrow out, which is this giant, shaft, kind of just shattered its shoulder entirely. It looks back at you as you just take its head off its shoulder.
Ah! Teeny tiny little piece of shit.
The cutest swear ever.
Teeny tiny piece of shit.
All right.
I can't move anymore. I can't.
No, that's as far as you can move.
Okay.
All right, it's your turn. Alrighty, Scanlan, you're up.
Do I see any of them?
You do not.
Even shit. I'm gonna run as far as I can into the open and see if I can see any of them. While I'm yelling, where are they? Where are they? Where are they?
You can just barely see 2 of them behind that tree right there.
Behind that tree?
Yes.
You mean behind Grog and stuff?
Behind Grog, Vax, Keyleth, and they're kind of
Do
clustered.
I have a clear shot?
You don't have. I mean, they're both.
Without killing my friends, I mean?
Depends on what you're doing.
With a lightning bolt.
The lightning bolts.
Kill your friend.
No, don't kill your friend.
It would. It's probably gonna hit Vax.
Oh,
but who knows the effect lightning would have on stone?
No, that's
it
really
could shatter
bad.
him.
It's just stone.
I don't mind getting hit by lightning, but everything else.
Well, then I won't do that.
I'll take
cast,
it.
I'll cast Bigby's hand at level 7.
Oh shit!
And just
Swat him
punch
like
it to death.
fucking.
Big swole
Like
hand.
flies.
Fat veins on the back of the hand.
Have you been lifting, Bigby?
Lou Ferrigno's
Yeah,
hand.
man.
appears.
You're looking
Jesus.
good, Bigby.
Oh, you know those like Hulk gloves that they
At
sell?
7th level, so that's. It doesn't. Okay, so it does an additional 4d, whatever it does. What you want to do? So what do you want to do? Which ability are you using? Bigby's hand.
Just a big old punch, punch, punch,
Just
punch.
the
Pummeling hand, punching
the
hand.
clenched fist.
Clenched fist, yeah.
All right, so go ahead and roll a melee spell attack against its armor class. So roll a d20, add your spell attack bonus.
25.
That hits. Roll 8d8 force damage.
D8? I don't even have any.
Here's 2 more d8.
Yeah. It's 4d8, but because you did it 2 levels higher, it's 8d8.
Roll them twice. Yeah.
Whoa!
Oh shit. You're a force to be reckoned
That's
with.
ugly.
They were like all above 7.
You're gonna leave an impression in the tree.
That wasn't as good.
No, but
We're gonna leave another Vecna mark.
45.
Ooh, above average.
Where once there was a pixie, there was a brief spatter of reddish pink mist, and nothing thereafter. Bigby's hand has sent it so hard to its afterlife that there's a small black mark on the tree nearby where it once was. Just an echo of its existence at one point.
You just clapped a fairy to death. That's like actually like literally the opposite. It's
High five. Oh.
Is that all the pixies?
There's one
There's
left.
one left. But we should wait. We shouldn't kill it. See if it can
We should try and capture it.
unfreeze our friends.
I
try
got
and
nothing left.
capture
That
it?
was my action and bonus.
All right, end of Scanlan's turn. The pixie
We might
Ben
have Lycanson coming too.
turns about
Oh, he's trying to run.
and begins running. As it kind of disappears past the trees a little bit,
Come on.
you watch as a large dark form lands right in front of it. And it kind of stops for a second. And the two giant claws reach down and grasp it
Oh.
in its hand. Pick it up, and you can see before you Lord Ukrat is now clutching this one pixie that was trying to escape. Looks inside for a second.
Vengeance is tasty.
Oh.
Not very filling.
Please don't kill us
Stomps
now.
forward.
Please don't kill us now.
Be confident.
So, you called.
We called because our plan worked perfectly, and we were able to fulfill your deal to the letter, as we had always intended.
Make a deception.
Come on, Scanlan, come on.
I think I'm still at disadvantage.
No, you're not. No.
On ability checks, you are.
Doesn't matter.
But also, don't forget.
You just read your book.
With disadvantage, it's a 30.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you can also add your own bardic inspiration to your ability checks now too. Since you hit level 14.
True.
But if you feel pretty confident with it,
I'm
you can
okay
go-
with 30.
Okay.
Oh no. Should you add it? Add it. Add it.
Late. It's too late.
Oh man.
We'll never know. Well, we're about to know.
We will.
You're gonna know pretty quick. No. As you say this, he kind of comes forward and gets really low to the ground with his arms kind of out on the sides, face right up to you. It could snatch you up in one bite and just goes.
Clever gnome.
Stands back up.
So, one pixie, two pixie, 3, 4. Where is their leader?
I walk over and scrape the tree.
Takes a look at it.
Shish kebab.
All the rest of the various members of his clan, of the Fendirs, begin to arrive in the distance.
Yes, my lord. The mystic is dead. Wipe up the village. Come. You have the rest of your deal to ascend to.
Turns around and begins walking back towards the city of the Pixies.
Ooh, we have some friends that are stone right now.
Then bring them along.
Keyleth, do you need help?
I take my last 5th level spell to dump in a greater restoration into Grog to bring him back from petrification.
You can't do it to 2 people at the same time.
I can burn my 7th level spell to bring back Vax.
Maybe you should do that.
Yeah.
I will burn my 7th level spell to greater restoration Vax and bring him back.
All right. You come to consciousness, Grog, suddenly in a different space than you recall. A little stiff in the joints, like you just had a really, really bad night's sleep across a whole pallet of broken rock.
Diplomacy really isn't that bad.
It's not so bad. Good job.
I'm gonna
Rob.
throw my weapons in the river. Hold on, I'll be right back.
You make a great parade balloon,
What do you mean?
by the way. You just,
He has no
you
idea.
look great.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
Vax, as you come to the heat of the moment, you kind of catch your breath again and then kind of feel that achingness in your joints.
I do, I literally do.
Yeah. Doesn't feel so good, does it?
Ran 13 miles yesterday.
Hey, remember when I
Crazy
was,
man.
was made into stone? We're Twinkies.
Twinkies? I don't think that's the term you're reaching for.
No, that's
All the
quite right.
wolves are back. What happened?
We are going to finish off the fair.
Is that a bad
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Oh, so
Twinsies, that's what we called it.
something happened, didn't
No.
it?
It did.
Tell you later.
Sorry, Grog.
It was all your fault, really.
I missed out.
Yeah, you did. You were very helpful.
To be fair, I tried.
Yeah.
Those fairies are
Little shit.
shifty little shits.
Really? They fought hard?
Yeah.
Oh. We're gonna kill more now?
Probably.
Probably.
Anything to,
Follow the lichens.
any tips, advice?
Hit hard repeatedly.
Smack
Don't
them like
use it.
flies.
Don't use any of your lower level spells.
I don't think that's a problem.
Actually, no, you burned your lower levels first.
I am burnt out on all my higher level spells.
So are we
we'll have a
cool
nap.
with the wolves now?
Hopefully
think
we'll
so,
have a-
yeah.
We're starting to be.
We have to go finish what we started, though. They want us to still desecrate the stones.
Scanlan?
I'm ready. I've done a lot of things
Garmili?
today.
Let's ask them if perhaps we can.
Garmili kind of appears behind one of the trees.
Oh, hi.
Is everything cool?
Oh
Everything
my
good?
god, you're still
We
here.
didn't fight.
Okay. Okay. I was
He was
got
fighting
you guys
so
back.
hard.
I was making
didn't
sure
Did
that
you
nothing-
draw a lot of the fight? I hope you did, because we kicked some ass there.
And he kind of opens his sketch pad, and you see there's a bunch of hastily drawn sketches of Vax turned to stone with his finger up his nose, Grog in the ground with his stone thumb up his butt, smiling with his other thumb up in the air like he was, and then the rest of you guys kind of fumbling your attacks as the pixies are laughing.
Sweet. Nice. Very good. That tree just moved.
They do that here.
Yeah. Welcome to the Feywild. So you guys make your way nightward,
I guess.
following
Yeah.
Fendirs.
Follow them,
Yes,
yeah.
follow.
It's the only way out of here.
All right. You journey with them. They make a pretty quick pace, and even at your fastest, you resort to tracking them. They're moving with quite alacrity, and they know this forest really well. As you guys begin to approach the outskirts of the little grove where the Wishers existed, you can see a heavy battle has just begun to calm down. You can see 2 additional woven statues now stand amongst the area, but the abodes have been destroyed. You see one that the tiger has certainly grabbed a pixie and just tears it in half. And a couple others that have been darting off in the distance trying to escape. 3 more of the wolves kind of jump up into the trees, and you see them jumping from branch to branch before their lights.
Shit. I feel kind of bad about this.
Yeah, we tried. I didn't want this to happen.
It's a violent world.
At this
Really
point,
didn't want this to happen.
they all begin to slowly gather again towards the center of the town, or what used to be the Pixie Town. And from the treetop, Lord Ukrat lands next to the stone circle, looks out towards you guys, even beyond the tree line.
Grog, care to do the honors?
Absolutely. I'll walk up to Lord Pup.
I'm gonna follow close behind Grog.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. All the rest of the Fendirs, which are now a few more in number than you initially met before. They're, we have 2 more that turn to stone. This is now 5 total that are stone in the center of this village, but looks to be about 9 of them now kind of gather up centrally to the space, with Ukrat in the center. They're kind of beginning to follow in around you guys, just keeping a perimeter. Ukrat looks down at you as you approach.
So, honor comes at the end of the journey. We made a pact, and you completed your end. We complete ours. You are free to pass through this forest.
As the Lord Ukrat reaches down and grabs 2 of the stones, and you can see as his fingers grab them, they're burning his palms, singeing. There's like a bunch of energy pushing back on him as his fur is blown, and there's a bright light emanating from the center of the circle. and wrestles them forth from the ground. As he does, there's a crack of thunder that cascades throughout the center of the forest. All of you kind of feel the impact as it does. The stone circle, what the glowing quartz now kind of dims and goes cold. And the center, where it used to be this kind of vibrant grass, slowly turns to a dull gray and withers between the stones. Throws him to the ground.
Now, we are all free. You say you travel duskward to the corrupted tree, yes?
Yes.
I will follow as my people find a new home towards the night. Should you need my help, just call, and I will be at your back.
You are a powerful ally.
As are you. Brethren, go. Spread. Find a home again. I'll return to you once this debt is paid. Now, I'll be watching.
She leaps up into the treetops as the rest of the wolves begin to back away from you and vanish into the shadows of the forest.
Is there anything around that's like looks good to take?
We loot the mini city.
I'm absolutely looting this city. Are you
Loot
mad?
They're tiny thimbles full of nothing.
I have a dollhouse at home. There are things that are necessary. Jesus.
You're welcome to make some investigation checks to scour through the remains of this pixie village.
17 for
13.
23.
23. What was it again? Sorry. 13. Rest of you guys kind of keeping back on this?
Well.
I'm taking the crystal too.
All right.
The dead crystals.
Okay. So you take the dead crystals, and the rest of them just lift up like any other crystals. Yeah. They're lighter than you expected, and they seem almost frail, almost like a volcanic rock.
Sure.
And lightness and brittleness to it, but just more dense.
All right.
So you take those, keep them to yourself. You guys look about, and most any pixie furniture has been destroyed. You, in searching through, you do find in some of the homes and
they were dicks.
You find a number of well-polished gems. You find 2 sapphires that are worth, after looking over for a bit in your experience with gems, about 200 gold apiece. You find 1 cracked diamond. It was very well cut at one time, but it has cracked. As such, we're been worth thousands of gold now. It's maybe close to 1,000 gold at most. But you know, it can be repaired or brought to somebody who can fix it up. It might be worth more. You also find what looks to be a really intricately carved kind of onyx statue of a dog, about that big. It's like really, really well carved and made. Other than that, most everything else is kind of just inconsequential decorations that wouldn't be much help to you, as they were smaller people.
I say we get to the edge of out of this forest and then maybe call it a night.
Good call.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I, I'm a bit tapped on my higher level energy, but can I maybe take a minute to kind of ritual cast Greater Restoration on the 2 new statues of the lycanthropes?
Is it a ritual? I don't believe it can be cast as a ritual. Can
Greater
it?
Restoration? Can't I
It
take
would
my
say.
time with it?
You have to stay here the night and do it again.
We'll come back this
They'll
way.
figure it out.
The gray ground that's
It's a good bargaining chip for later.
Just where where the circle was.
Not everything.
Yeah.
No, just the circle.
Let's just find out who
I know,
they
yeah,
are.
that makes
Start doing really nice
Veins
favors.
for them.
Fern Gully.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
tenuous at the moment.
We did kill Fern Gully.
If
We
they
totally
had,
killed Fern
yeah, but if
Gully.
they had any good in their heart, why would they be trapping travelers of any kind.
They're tiny.
They weren't trapping travelers of
Who
any
were?
kind. They were trapping the Lycans.
And then they trapped us.
Yeah, but then they let us out.
They didn't really let us
Let us out.
Everyone was bad, including us, and we lived.
Yeah, welcome to the
That's
departed.
You guys begin trekking duskward again, finally into the outskirts of the city. As you reach the outer perimeter of the forest, you reach up and
Grog, take a swing at it.
find no barrier there. It has been released, it has been dispelled, and you guys step forth into the field, hearing now as you travel further northward, or duskward if you will, the gentle sounds of rushing water begin to approach. Garmelie kind of glances past you and goes, well, good news. We've reached the Gilded Run.
Oh, we're here.
Bad news, we've reached the Gilded Run.
Yeah. Let's sleep in the mansion tonight.
I'm pretty tapped
I would love to.
But you can't.
You didn't take the full.
I used
slept.
my 7th level spell to
Why
kill a
is
pixie.
reaching the Gilded Run a bad thing?
It's okay. We can camp.
It's a difficult thing to pass. Those rivers are quite expedient.
Oh, like rapids.
Yeah.
Is it really wide?
If we sleep, I can come prepared with lots of
We need to
control
sleep.
water
Maybe
spells.
we can sleep in the treetops where
The Lycans.
Lord Orpavaka.
Ukarat.
Baccarat.
Yeah, let's sleep up in the trees tonight before we make our way into this area.
All right, so you guys head back into the Moonbrush. You ascend up into the canopy and prepare yourself, finding an area of branches that can be cleared to give yourself a comfortable space to stay for the
We realize it's only been like an hour since we slept last. But
Yeah.
No, I mean,
all nighty, we'll just.
Huh?
Well, travel to and from the center of the forest here has taken a few hours, so
Okay.
it's been a while.
You're tapped.
All right, we're tapped.
We're tapped. We had a long day.
All right.
It wouldn't be that bad if I didn't get counterspelled twice.
Yeah.
Fucking fairies.
Hey, man,
Too bad, so
that's
sad.
what they do.
Yeah.
Been a cool fight.
Sorry.
As you guys make yourselves
I know.
restful and set, you all begin to fall asleep to the distant sound of howling as it gets more and more faint and faint. The sleep takes you to prepare for the next rung of your journey next week in Indianapolis.
Oh.
See you guys at
man.
Gen Con for the next episode as you guys approach the
those
Gilded
tickets.
Run and the Shade Merc itself.
Oh, geez.
Seemingly getting closer to the end of your journey in the Feywild. We'll see how this plays out. So,
With werewolves in tow.
Solo wolf.
a werewolf in tow that you know of.
Not the rest of the.
No, but
they're all
Lord
doing their
Big
thing.
Badass is gonna help us.
Gonna steal our shit.
He might try to.
We'll give him Gormelia if we have to.
And then at the break, you were talking about how badly you wanted to kill things.
And you didn't get to do any of it.
I was trying to be diplomatic. All right, I checked off the box.
You did. You tried.
Next time, napalm.
It was an unfortunate circumstance. The wound above the eye, the lack of decent diplomacy, their fear of the spread of lycanthropy. Like you were the target for them on that whole circumstance. That was pretty-
Willingly.
You did.
You did. You've grown as a human.
It was a good moment for Grog.
They just didn't want werewolves. We're gonna have werewolves like everywhere now, y'all guys. We just let it out.
Yeah, we let the disease spread.
Yeah.
Not yet, we haven't.
You want to be a werewolf so bad. You're just saying that because you want to be one so
guys.
bad.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys at Gen Con next Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. That would be 4 p.m. Pacific. Sorry, 5 p.m. Pacific time. Streaming next Saturday. And
Thank
until
you, Bad
then.
Blaze.
No show Thursday.
No show Thursday,
No
just
show
the Saturday
Thursday.
show.
Saturday.
Saturday.
It's on Saturday this weekend.
So
Saturday.
Saturday.
So guys, have a good night. Rest well, and we'll see you next week.